Alright, here's a fun fact about the Adelaide No Chicane track. This track is known for its high-speed corners, and the absence of the chicane section that usually slows things down. It's basically the racing version of a roller coaster with lots of adrenaline, and no safety check. The drivers love it because it's a true test of skill and courage, especially when they're cruising through those fast corners at heart-popping speeds. It's the kind of place where a tiny mistake can turn into a big adventure. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before the timer runs out. Don't miss your shot at choosing the fastest, coolest, or most unpredictable vehicle out there. Hurry up and make those selections. Wow, what an interesting matchup. On one side we have Nonstop 202 and a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. A car known for its sporty looks and decent performance, but not exactly a race-winning machine from that era. On the other side, Alexaxnati is piloting a 2005 Alfa Romeo Brera, which has a good engine and Italian flair, but is often more about style than pure racing speed. Considering the cars, the Hyundai might have a slight edge in raw power and reliability, especially in a racing environment where consistent performance matters. The Alfa, while charming and potentially quick in a straight line, could struggle with handling and stability at high speeds over a longer race. So if I had to place a bet, I'd lean toward Nonstop 202 in the Hyundai. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe that Alfa's Italian charm will surprise us all. Alright folks, the race is underway at Adelaide No Chicane, and leading the pack is bot Nonstop 202 in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Looks like a classic underdog story in the making? Alexaxnati is leading right out of the gate. Nonstop 202 is holding strong in second, and Max Birley is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cap Holster is now in third place. Max Birley and Cap Holster are battling closely for that position. Some board boy has moved up to fifth place. Max Birley advances to third place. Cap Holster and Max Birley are nose to nose for that spot. Jax in the box climbs to 12th. Jax in the box and Xnobodexel are fighting for 11th. Nonstop 202 just overtook for the lead, now in first place. Alexaxnati is right behind in second. Cap Holster's climbing up to third. The fight for the top is heating up. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 6th place. Ignobidixel is making a move to 10th. Max Beerley is driving a 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. They're currently in 4th place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying close to the leaders. Max Beerley is driving a 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady behind the 2 Eclipses and the Scion. Looks like they're just cruising along without much drama so far. Waffling Godders is cruising in a 2012 Lexus GS3, which is known for its comfort and all-wheel drive grip. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, probably enjoying the ride more than chasing the leaders. Yungan 2 is leading in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe, which is known for its sporty rear-wheel drive layout. Looks like they're holding the lead comfortably so far, with no signs of pressure. Waffling Godders just overtook someone, and is now in 5th place. Amundsen and Apitope are nose-to-nose for 11th. Snowbadixel and Silver Bee Gaming are neck and neck for 9th place. Amundsen just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Snowbadixel and Silver Bee Gaming are neck and neck for 9th place. Jackson Dabox is closing in on Apitope, cutting the gap by a second and a half. The Effector and Jackson Dabox are battling it out for 13. Jackson Dabox and Defector are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Defector just nudged ahead, but Jackson Dabox isn't giving up without a fight. LX Akshay X Natik is driving a 2005 Alfa Romeo Brera. They're holding 2nd place but are about 10 seconds behind the leader. Looks like they're trying to keep it steady but haven't made a move yet. Defactor is driving a 2012 Alfa Romeo Mito QV. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and their fastest lap is pretty competitive. Looks like they're trying to make a move but haven't quite broken through yet. Adiv is driving a 1999 Nissan Silvia S15 Spec R. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, currently in 8th place, and a bit behind the leaders. Defactor is driving a 2012 Alfa Romeo Mito QV. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a little more speed to climb higher. Pierre Dope is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Jackson Dabox is not far behind, sneaking into 7th after overtaking 7 cars. Defactor is making a move too, grabbing 8th after passing 5. The race is heating up. Sunboard Boy is climbing fast into 6th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is right behind in 7th, also making moves. Idealive is not far behind, pushing into 8th. Looks like a tight battle for those middle positions. Cap Holster is now in second place. Amundsen has climbed to 10th. Crystal 33 is in 12th. The race is heating up. Cap Holster is driving a 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. They're currently in second place, and seem to be holding a solid position, but their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're just trying to stay close for now. Congratulations, Nonstop 202. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest at Adelaide without the chicane. Well done. Wow, what an incredible finish. Congratulations to Young Ancestor 202 for taking the top spot. The race was intense, but they certainly showed some serious skill out there. Great job, keep it up. Sure thing. Did you know that Baskerville Raceway is one of the oldest continuously operating circuits in Australia? It was originally built in the 1950s, so it's like racing on a piece of history. Plus, its tight corners and elevation changes make every race feel like a real jungle gym for cars. Think of it as a playground for speed enthusiasts. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the most thrilling AI car race of the century. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown right here. The Alfa Romeo 75, with Beyond Two Dark Souls, has that Italian flair and a bit of a reputation for nimbleness, even if it's a little old school. Meanwhile, Trash Crashton's Ford Falcon, from 1982, has a rugged charm and probably some serious cruising power. But it might lack that sharp edge you need for Baskerville's twists and turns. Honestly, I give the edge to the Alfa Romeo because its lighter weight and agility could really shine here. But hey, the Falcon isn't just some slouch, so don't be surprised if it surprises us all. I'm leaning slightly toward Beyond Two Dark Souls taking this one. But anything can happen when AI gets behind the wheel. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Baskerville with the group of cars. Leading the pack is bot Lord Secrespi in a classic 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo. Starting from pole position, .Mule. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the newer racers will overtake. Wolf of Eco is leading the race, followed closely by Lord Secrespi in second place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is currently in third, trying to keep up. Trash Crashton and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for fifth place. Abeta Bloke just gained one spot and is now seventh. Ice and Abeta Bloke are fighting hard for seventh. Smurf 20 is climbing to fourth place. Ice is now 7. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a move to 14th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Zassater are nose to nose for 13. Kaiosify and Abetablok are nose to nose for 8th place. Waug CB and GMN Prime are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Zassater are battling it out for 13th. Kaiosify is climbing up to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 13th. Looks like some steady progress. GM Prime is driving a BMW 318i from 1992. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a quiet race for now. Pat Sorts is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Lord Secrespi are nose to nose for second place. Kaiosify is climbing up to 7th. GM Prime is also making moves, now in 10th. Ice is driving a BMW M3 from 1986. They're currently in 8th place and struggling to keep up with the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 3rd place. Sessatur and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Ice is driving a 1986 BMW M3, starting in 8th place. They're currently in 9th, struggling to keep up with the leaders. Looks like they're having a tough time maintaining pace. Kaiosify is climbing up to 6th place. Abeta Bloke is also moving up to 9th. Mudwolf and Potsors are locked in a close fight for 15th. Waug CB and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for 11th place. Mudwolf just sneaked past one car to claim 15th. Crystal 33 just overtook someone to move into the top 10. GN Prime and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for that spot. Sessatura and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Smurf 20 is climbing to 2nd place. Pat Swords is making a move to 15th. Abeta Bloke climbs to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt and Waug CB are nose to nose for 12th. Pat Sorts advances to 14th. Pat Sorts and Crazy Sweet Butt are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Mutwolf is sneaking up to 15th, one position closer to the front. Pat Sorts is climbing to 13th place. Mayor Pinkwolf is catching up to take 16th place. Sasatura and Emma Pinkwolf are nose to nose for 16. Lord Zekretsby is climbing to 2nd place. Beyond Poo Dark Souls is closing in on Smurf 20, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Sasatura is moving up to 16. Congratulations, Wolf of Eco. Looks like you were the fastest of the pack today. Well done on taking the top spot. Wow! What a fantastic performance from Wolf of Eco. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Great job. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Aintree Vintage has those tight corners and some fast straights, so a car that can stick to the road and handle well would be key. Acceleration matters too, because you want to make the most of the straights. But overall, a balanced setup with good control would give the best chance to avoid silly mistakes and stay competitive. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down fast, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slip away while you're hesitating. Make your choice or forever hold your peace. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Sauber C14 is a pretty decent car, but the Williams FW17 is known to be a real performance beast from '95. If I had to pick, I'd say Ovidus and the Williams might have the edge, especially on a vintage track like Aintree. But then again, blaming Buddha could surprise us with some old school tricks. It's going to be a close one. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the race is underway at Aintree Vintage. Leading the pack is the bot Hot Bolognese in a classic 1995 Jordan 195 to type. Let's see if that pole position can hold up through the chaos. Taylors of Strilly has shot off the line to take the lead. Hot Bolognese is right behind in second place. Someone is currently in third, but expect that to shuffle soon. The Forts 84 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Flaming Buddha is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 4th. Hot Swords and Flaming Buddha are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Beyond Food Dark Souls is climbing nicely into the top 10 now. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a move towards the middle of the pack. Cloud Surfer 69 and the ARFAO are nose to tail for 11th place. Roger Bra 302 just gained 1 spot to move into 14th. Unknown Tactics and Roger Bar 302 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Hot Salts and Flaming Buddha are nose to nose for 4th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls just climbed 1 spot to 8th. Someone and Beyond Two Dark Souls are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing to 9th place. The battle for 9th is heating up between Cloud Surfer 69 and another racer. Unknown Tactics is now in 14th place, closing in. Hot Swords is in 6th place, driving at Tyrrell 023. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Beyond Two Dark Souls is in 8th place, driving a Sauber C14. Their race seems steady, but not making much progress yet. Ovidus is driving a Williams FW17, currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The 54 is racing a Simtex 951, which is known for its modest performance. They are currently in 15th place, so it looks like the race is not going their way. Flaming Buddha just snuck into 3rd place. T-Empress and Ovidus are nose to nose for 6th. The Fords 84 and Unknown Tactics are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Williams and Jordan drivers, keeping them at the front. The tighter corners might be challenging for the slower cars, causing some overtaking struggles. Hot Bolognese is leading the race in a Jordan 195 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're holding a strong pace and trying to stay ahead. The track's tight corners and high-speed sections seem to favor the top contenders, with the Williams and Jordan cars leading the charge. Overtakes are tricky, so staying consistent is paying off. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a Silva C14, currently in 8th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be struggling to keep up. Pat Sorts and the other driver are nose to tail for 4th place. The F Empress and Avidas are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Well, look at that. Tales of Stirling just took the top spot at Aintree Vintage. Clearly, they know how to cross the finish line in style. Well done. Alright, here's a fun one about the Los Arcos Rallycross track. Did you know it's actually built on what used to be an old vineyard? So, technically these cars are tearing through what was once a peaceful grape-growing paradise. I guess the only thing more competitive than the drivers is the vineyard's history of producing some serious grapes. Now let's see if these AI cars can make better wine than they do racing. Alright, everyone hustle up. Only a few seconds left to pick your car. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI masterpiece will dominate the track. Make your choice before time runs out. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Mitsubishi Evo 8F Q400 is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, perfect for a rallycross course like Los Arcos. Meanwhile, the Honda SXR is more about precision and agility, which could come in handy on those tight corners. If I had to pick, I'd probably lean toward the chaotic weirdo with the Mitsubishi. It's like bringing a sledgehammer to a knife fight, big and loud. And when it hooks up, it can really tear through the course. The Toxnern's Honda might be more refined. But in a rallycross race where chaos reigns, I think the Evo's sheer brute strength will give it the edge. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Let's see if the underdog can surprise us today. Alright folks, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross, and leading the pack is Bot Platigami in a 1998 Aston Martin Vantage V600. Looks like it's starting strong, so let's see if it can hold that lead. The Goldnert has taken an early lead, followed closely by Platigami and Shotskis. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle at the front. Yama Priest is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take 4th. Geisha is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Platigami and Krishka are nose to tail. fighting for second place. Yama Priest just overtook someone to move into third place. Detoxins is right behind in fourth, and now they're battling it out for that position. Lady Gami is lurking close by too. Lady Gami just overtook someone to climb into fourth place. Detoxins and Lady Gami are nose to nose for that position. Wrestling 567 and the Chaotic Weirdo are locked in a close fight for 7. The modern streetcars are keeping things competitive with a mix of speed and handling. The track's tight corners seem to favor agility over raw power, which explains the close pack at the front. The modern streetcars are holding tight, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile models like the Lotus and Mitsubishi. The bigger engines aren't pulling away much yet. Buckyboard advances 1 spot to 8th place. Wrestling 567 and Buckybird are still locked in a close fight for 8. Catgirl TM climbs 1 spot to 10. Buckybird is dropping back to 14th place. Yama Priest is climbing up to 2nd. Yama Priest and Big Old Nerd are nose to tail for the lead. Lady Gami is climbing up to 4th place. Detoxins and Lady Gami are nose to nose for that position. Buckyboard is chipping away at Rosaurus, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yama Priest just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Detoxins is now in 4th, inching closer. Shotskis has moved up to 5th, keeping the pressure on. Chaotic Weirdo just overtook Lady Gami and is now in 6th place. They are nose to nose, racing for that 6th spot. Wow, Yama Priest, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your win at Los Arcos Rallycross. Looks like the competition better step up their game. Wow, Yama Priest really nailed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was an impressive drive. Looks like they've got some serious racing skills. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Aviano Intermediate track for you. Did you know that this track is known for its surprisingly sharp turns considering its length? It's like the track is playing a game of how fast can you go and still make the turn. If you're not careful, you might find yourself spinning out and ending up in the last place. It keeps things interesting and definitely tests the driver's skill and nerve. Alright folks, the clock is ticking and the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that move before we dive into the action. Don't miss out on the chance to send your favorite vehicle into battle. Hurry up and choose wisely. Alright, so we got Whip 3 out 25 in the AlphaTauri and Necrophantasm in the Red Bull. Considering the Red Bull's reputation for being a top-tier racing machine, and the fact that the Rebay team was a dominant car in its season, I'd lean slightly toward Necrophantasm. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen, especially if Whip 3 out 25 finds that sweet spot on the track. Still, I'd give the edge to the Red Bull for now, but I'll be watching closely to see if the AlphaTauri can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Viaviano Intermediate, and leading the pack is Bot Tactis 61 in a 2022 McLaren MC L36. Looks like they've got a strong start, so let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Day Factor has shot off the line to take the lead. Tactis 61 is holding strong in second place, while Wolf of Eco is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot is already brewing. Icar 77 just made it a bold move to second place. Dongertsona 3 and X-Basics which are nose-to-nose for 6th. Cliff Zone and Ronner Page are locked in a close fight for 8th. Epic Sugar is driving the McLaren MC L36, currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Schoolbus Rustic D is driving an Alfa Romeo C42, and is currently in 12th place. Looks like a steady ride, not making any big moves but staying in the pack. Dongetson 3 is driving an Aston Martin Amer 22 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the moves to climb higher. A6 Vichx is driving an Alpine of 522 and currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Dongetson 3 is driving an Aston Martin IM or 22. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Cliffzone and Ronner Page are neck and neck for 8th place. Starbucks and Solid Shadow 91 are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Schoolbus Rustic D is climbing to 11th place. Cheese and Dash Hour is now 12th. Whip 3 out 25 has moved into 13th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Starbucks just zoomed past 14 cars to take the lead. Day Factor is not giving up without a fight. They're battling fiercely for the top spot. Day Factor is now in 1st place. Icar 77 has moved up to 2nd. Tidy 61 is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. Cliffzone is racing a Ferrari F175, which is known for its speed and handling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. X-Basic Switch and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail for 5th place. Dongertzone 3 is climbing up to 7th. Runner Rampage is also moving up to 8th. Isaac Switchix is driving an Alpine, a 522, and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 12.616, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're holding steady and making some good progress. Epic Sugar is driving a McLaren MCL36 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is a 13:35.7, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite close enough to challenge the top 3. Defector is holding the lead comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish now. Whip 3L25 is racing in an AlphaTauri, a T03, which is currently in the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is just under 13.64, so they're holding a decent pace but not challenging the leaders. Looks like a steady race, no major drama so far. Wow, Defector, you really took the checkered flag. Nice job winning at Aviano Intermediate. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Defector really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, you deserve that victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well, fun fact about the 1930 Grand Prix racing cars is that they were incredibly lightweight for their time, but still managed to hit impressive speeds. These cars often weighed less than a ton, yet they could reach speeds of over 120 miles per hour. It's like the early days of racing had a secret recipe for speed and minimal weight that we're still trying to beat today. Quite the engineering feat for a bunch of vintage metal and guts. Ooh, this is a classic showdown? The Maserati 8 CTF is a beauty with its sleek design and history. But that Auto-Union Type D was basically made for racing dominance in its day. Considering the classic racetrack and the car's specifications, I'd say the Auto-Union might have a slight edge with its lightweight and powerful engine. But hey, the Maserati could surprise us with some vintage flair. It's just going to depend on how well the AI handles their quirks. I'll put my chips on the Auto Union taking the win, but don't be surprised if the Maserati pulls off a stylish upset. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Black Cat County Long Track, and leading the pack is bought just 133,796 in a sleek 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. Looks like that classic beauty is starting strong. Stay tuned to see if it keeps up or if someone surprises us. Yesteron, 133,796, has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Bomzi in second place. Shekomaru is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Hikori Hamzam is on a roll, climbing 4 spots now in 4th place. Rondon 69 just overtook 4 cars and is now in 9th. Zolich Adalnin 81 has moved up 1 spot into 7th. Things are heating up. Shekomaru is now in 1st place. Hikori Hamzam has climbed to 3rd. Roger Bear 302 is in 4th. Abomzi and Roger Bear 302 are nose to tail for 4th place. Rondon 69 is climbing fast, now in 6th after 2 moves. Smurf 20 and Rondon 69 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Sputnik NZ is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 9. Yesteronen 33,796 is losing ground, dropping 9 places to 11. Hikori Hamzam is inching forward 1 position to 2nd. Abomzi is storming ahead to take the lead. Taknasty is climbing fast into the top 5. Shran is making a move into the top 10. Hotsorts is closing in on Blaming Buddha, cutting the gap by 15.4 seconds. Shekomaru and Taknasty are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Yesteron 33,796 is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to 14th. Shran is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, which is known for its agility and classic design. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their ground but still have room to make a move. Shekomaru is climbing up to 4th place. Taknasty and Shekomaru are nose to nose for 3rd. Roger Bear 302 is inching into the top 5. Taknasty just overtook Shekomaru for 3rd place. Abomzi is now less than a second behind Potsoars, so expect some fireworks soon. Shekomaru and Taknasty are neck and neck for 3rd place. A Bombsy is closing in on pot sauce, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Shekomaru and Taknasty are nose to nose for third place. A Bombsy is chipping away at pot swords, closing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Roger Bear 302 is climbing to fourth place. Taknasty and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose for third. Vargala Svet is advancing to eighth. Wow, Roger Bear 302, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Roger Bear 302 really outdid themselves in this race. Huge congratulations. That was an impressive run, and they totally earned that victory. I guess all those hours of training the AI must have paid off. Did you know the Astoral track with no chicane is actually a lot faster and a bit more dangerous? It's like the straight shooting version of the circuit where drivers can really open up and go wheel to wheel. It's also known as one of the most technical sections because you have to brake just right to stay on the line. So in a way it's a perfect test of skill and courage, or a good way to make your AI drivers look extra brave, or extra reckless. Hey everyone! Time's running out. Make sure you pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Otherwise you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a showdown. We've got the classic Ferrari versus the muscle car. Jackson Dabox's Ferrari is probably lighter and more agile, especially on a track like Estoril. It's built for quick turns and finesse. On the other hand, Evolution 954's Chevrolet Camaro is all about raw power and straight-line speed. Given the track layout, I'd say Jackson Dabox has the edge in handling and cornering. But if Evolution 954 can capitalize on any straight sections, the Camaro might make up some ground. My money's on the Ferrari taking a slight lead, but it's going to be a close race. Who do you think has the upper hand? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Estoril No Chicane, and leading the pack is Bot Naturally Unlucky in the 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, starting on pole. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Shotskis has taken an early lead. Naturally Unlucky is holding on to second, and someone is sitting in third place. Looks like a pretty predictable start so far. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 4. Sumer Girl is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 6th. Naturally Unlucky is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Ixajax is making a move, climbing 3 places to 12. Shotskis is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Ovidus is also on the rise, grabbing 3rd. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Ixajax is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Planky Frankie and Jackson Dabox are both making moves, now in 11th and 12th. Looks like the pack is getting tighter. Patsorts is climbing up to 8th place. Substakat and Patsors are nose to tail for 8th. Jackson Dabox is making a move up to 11th. Jackson Dabox is climbing to 8th place. The Betty White Show is closing the gap, but still a bit behind. Planky Frankie is making a move to 10th place. Ixajax is climbing to 6th place. Patsorts is closing in on Bufina 19 but still a bit behind. Evolution 954 is making moves up to 12th. Patsorts is dropping back to 15th place. Shotskis is climbing to 1st place. Jackson Dabox is up to 8th. Jackson Dabox and Buffy 19 are nose to nose for 7th. Ovidus is climbing to 2nd place. Kaduma Girl is also moving up to 3rd. It's their Apparent is making a move to 4th. Looks like a little shuffle at the top. Jackson Dabox is climbing fast into 4th place. Bufina 19 is inching up to 6th. The Betty White Show is also moving up into 7th. Looks like Bufina 19 and the Betty White Show are about to have a showdown for 6th. Naturally Unlucky is making a move up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jackson Dabox is closing in on Kazuma Girl, shrinking the gap by over 3 seconds. Kilo Julieta and Naturalian Lucky are now battling it out for 10th place. Naturalian Unlucky is closing in on Flanky Frankie, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Jackson DeBox has climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. Evolution 954 is moving up 1 spot to 7th. Katsuma Girl and Ovidus are locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. Ixajax is rapidly closing the gap on Kazuma Girl, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Evolution 954 is gaining on Buffy 19, cutting the distance by 130 seconds. Queen Manda better watch out. Someone's closing in fast, shrinking the gap by 6 seconds. Evolution 954 is creeping up on Bufina 19, chipping away at the gap by 2.5 seconds. Naturalian Lucky just made a move up 2 spots to take 8th place. Queen Manda better watch out, someone's closing in fast. Naturalian Lucky just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Lanky Frankie also gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Well, look at that. Shotskis just took the win at Estoril No Chicane. Clearly, they know how to make a statement. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Shotskis really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was some top-notch driving. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The vintage nature of the track probably means tight corners and some tricky chicanes, so a car that can navigate those turns smoothly and quickly would have the best shot at winning. Power is nice, But if you can't keep the car under control through those twisty bits, you'll be going home early. So, balance and precision seem like the top priorities here. Oh! This is a classic showdown between vintage and slightly less vintage but still pretty historic. The 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider is a lightweight, agile beast, perfect for those tricky corners. And probably has a good shot if the AI driver can handle the twists smoothly. On the other hand, the 1973 Arc MF16 has the benefit of a slightly more modern design, so it might have some inherent advantages in stability and speed. If I had to make a gut call, I'd lean towards the Porsche because of its legendary agility and nimbleness on a track like Kyalami Vintage. But honestly, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Let's see if K-Boomper's slightly newer car can surprise us, or if Xnobadixel's vintage gem steals the show. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Kyalami Vintage with vintage ultralights. Right now, Bot Liruzel is on pole, zooming in a 1973 Arc MF16. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold its lead. Liruzel has taken an early lead, with King Malcolm Marx right behind in second place. Xnobadixel is currently in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a quick start. Xnobadixel has just taken the lead, moving up 2 spots to sit in first place. Liruzel and Xnobadixel are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the top spot. Thomas Morin has also gained 2 positions, now holding third place. Ihave Xema is making a nice climb, overtaking 4 cars to reach 21st place. Ogswolfi is creeping up 1 spot to 8. Bacho Grande is also moving up 1 spot to 10th. Our special is on the move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Iconic God is closing in on Athena C, shaving off almost 2 seconds. Vanona Owls in 1857 and Ear Special are locked in a close fight for 21st, so expect some drama soon. Ihave Xema is climbing fast, passing 3 cars to reach the 17th place. Liruzel and Xnobadixel are nose to nose for the lead. Cobber and K-Boomper are locked in a close fight for 6th. Thomas Moran is climbing to 2nd place. Cobber has moved up to 5th. Bacho Grande is now in 9th. And the War. Oxwolfi and K-Boomper are neck and neck for 7th place. Athena CNC is climbing to 14th. Metrixco is advancing to 17th. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 18th place. Justin Giltz is now in 21st. Yaki Raman has moved into 22nd. Ronnie Rampage is driving a 1966 Porsche 906. They're currently in 7th place, just behind King Malcolm Mark Stott. Luoyines. Leoyani. Leonin. Lux. Darananai. Shani. Thomas Moran is closing in on Ixnobadixel, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Cobber is climbing 2 spots to take 3rd place. Lea Roussel and Cobber are locked in a tight battle for that 3rd spot. Basho Grande just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Bato Grande and Oxwofi are nose-to-nose for 7th. Missionman and K-Boomper are locked in a close fight for 9th. Our Special and Epic Sugar are neck and neck for 21st place. Axton Hits and Velocitor 14 are also locked in a close fight for 24th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Mission Man are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Justin Giltz is closing in on Vanno 1857, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. ER Special just moved up 1 spot to 21st. Cobber is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. King Malcolmarx has climbed up 1 spot to take 4th place. Ronnie Rampage and Lea Roussel are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Ronnie Rampage and Lea Roussel are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Baco Grande and Oxwolfi are also battling closely for 7th. Cloud Surface 69 is closing the gap on Bacho Grande, cutting it down by 2.2 seconds. Now they're in a tight duel for 8th. Runner Rampage is climbing to 5th place. Baco Grande is now in 7th. Kaboomper is closing in on Cloud Surface 69, cutting the gap by over a second. Axton Hits is driving a 1967 Toyota 2000 GT. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap so far and currently in the last position among Group 3 racers. Wow! Ixnobadixel just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Well done. Wow, what a stunning victory. Congratulations to Ixnobadixel for taking the top spot. Clearly they have some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just an AI. Let's see if they can do it again in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1970 Porsche 917K. It's the kind of car that looks fast, just standing still, and on a circuit like Sitges Terramar Reverse, which demands agility and speed, I think it would have a solid edge. Plus, that iconic flat 12 engine and the history of dominating endurance races suggest it's got the stamina and the raw power to come out on top. Honestly, it's a toss-up between that and the 1970 Ferrari 512. The Porsche's reputation for precision and balance might give it that slight advantage. Alright everyone, we better quicken it up if we want to see who ends up ruling the track. Time's almost up, so make your picks before the curtain closes and we get this race underway. Don't miss out on the chaos. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Porsche 917 LH is a legendary car known for its speed and agility in the 70s. On the other hand, the Ford GT40 MK Afore has a storied history and a reputation for dominance in endurance races. Given the track's reverse layout, which often favors nimbleness and cornering, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge. But hey, don't count out the Ford just yet. It's got that classic muscle and resilience that can surprise us. It's a tough call, but I'd lean towards the Porsche for the win today. But honestly, anything can happen when AI drives these classics. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sitges Terramar Reverse Track, and leading the pack is the prototype 1970 class car, Batmu 2, cruising on a classic 1967 Ford GT40 MK. Let's see if that vintage beast has what it takes to hold on to that lead. Right at the start, K6 is leading the pack, showing some early dominance. Kiruvanen is holding a solid second place, trying to keep up. Dicey Shines is in third, not far behind but already a little bit off the pace. Trehartriad is on fire, moving up 4 spots to 4th. H2 Hove is also climbing, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 6th. XBX Switch is having a rough patch, dropping 6 places to 7th. Matrixco is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Nyarlatho Tep 98 is making a move, now 7th. Rampage Earth is not far behind, grabbing 8th. Things are heating up. Crystal 33 is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 6th place. Swellplaysta is losing ground, dropping 7 places to 12. Story Forge is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Daisy Shanes takes the lead, climbing to first place. Mutuba follows closely behind, now in second. Matrixco also advances, grabbing third. Looks like the top 3 are swapping positions like it's a game of musical chairs. Ace Basics is closing in on Swellplaysta. Fast, just 6.6 seconds behind. Cristo 33 has climbed to third place. Keruvanen has moved up to the 13th spot. Matrixco is climbing to third place. Nyala To Tepnani 88 is also moving up to 4th. Yaki Ramen is making a move to 6th. Looks like the pack is shifting. Mutuba and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for first place. Yaki Ramen has just overtaken 1 car to sit in 5th. Arayu Cereal is also climbing, now in 6th. Swellplaysta just made a quick move to 13th place, overtaking 3 cars. Story Forge is climbing 2 spots to 11th place. Global Say is inching up 1 spot to 14th place. Axton Hits is driving a Lola T290 from 1972. They're currently in 10th place but seem to be struggling with lap times as their fastest lap is over a minute slower than the leaders. Keruvanen is closing in on Axton Hits, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Ashtuhueva is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Grampierf has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th. Tyler just sneaks into 7th place. Tyler and Grampierf are nose to nose for 6th. Keruvanen is closing in on Axton Hits, shrinking that gap like a pro. Tyler just snuck into 6th place. Grampierf and Tyler are nose to nose for that spot. Keruvanen is chipping away at Axton Hits, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Swellplaysta is driving a 1970 Porsche 917K and is currently in the middle of the pack. Looks like they hit a snag with a lap time of over 99 minutes, so their race might be more about survival than speed. Matrixco is gaining on Mutube, and now just a few seconds behind. H2Ho Ace is closing in on Story Forge, making it a tight battle. Matrixco is gaining on Mutube, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Nyala Thotep 988 and Matrixco are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Yazik Switchix is driving a 1970 Porsche 917 LL. They added in 2nd place but are currently in the 16th position. Looks like a rough race so far. Matrixco is hot on Mutube's tail now, just a few seconds behind. Tyler is closing in on Yakiraman quickly, less than 3 seconds separating them. Axton Hits is climbing up to 8th place, making some moves. Keruvanen is closing in on Arayu Serial fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Matrixco is gaining on MoodTube, inching closer by over a second. Tyler has made a move and is now in 5th place. Wow, Daisy Shanes just took the top spot. Looks like they're the one to beat. Wow, DC Shanes really showed everyone how it's done. Great job. You totally deserved that win. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ruapuna Park circuit, I would probably go with the 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. It's got a classic muscle car vibe that suggests it could handle the turns and straightaways with some serious style. Plus, that year model is often considered one of the best in its lineup for performance. The others are interesting too, but I think the Camaro would likely take the checkered flag, especially in a race against these vintage American monsters. Alright everyone, the countdown is finishing up. Make your choices quick before the AI takes over the wheel. Don't miss your chance to see which car dominates the race. Hurry up! Oh, what a classic showdown we have here. Both of these cars are real throwbacks, but I'd say the 1969 AMC Javelin might have a slight edge. It's got a bit of a reputation for being nimble and aggressive, which could come in handy on a track like Ruapuna Park. On the other hand, the 1968 Pontiac Firebird is no slouch either, boasting muscle and power. But in an AI race where every second counts, I think the Javelin's agility might just give it the upper hand. Let's see if my gut is right, or if the Firebird tries to burn its way to victory. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ruapuna Park, and leading the pack from the very start is Bot Tukins Flora in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Looks like vintage is making a strong statement today. Looks like Tukins Flora is leading the pack right now. Ablaze is holding second place, and Gerloff Diamond is right behind in third. The race is off to a pretty interesting start. Ablaze just overtook for the lead. Gerloff Diamond is right behind in second. K-Steflex and Tukins Flora are nose-to-nose fighting for third place. K-Steflex is climbing up to third place. Tukins Flora and K-Steflex are nose-to-nose for that spot. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and M-Stack are locked in a close fight for sixth. Nonstop is climbing fast to 4th place. Jonas Gotta leads is making a move to 11. Anything else happening on the track? Globos Ixel is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding 11th place. Looks like they're not making any dramatic moves, but staying steady. Two Peas in the Podcast is in 6th place, with a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Looks like they're holding steady, but not gaining any ground yet. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th place, probably just enjoying the ride without much drama. Jonas Gotta leads is climbing up to 10th place. Unkoni Buddy and Junagatla leads are battling hard for that 10th spot. Lazy Towner is also making progress, now in 15th. Globas climbs up 1 spot to 12th place. Edsos 21 and Global Salsa are nose to tail for 12th place. Next, Romaval and Lazy Towner are locked in a fierce duel for 14th place. Daisy Kia Batsiowi Gertz is racing a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. And they're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Hey, for single. Glad you could swing by again. Hope you've been well and ready to see some crazy AI car racing. Sit back and enjoy the show. Exhaust 21 is driving a 1971 Lotus Elon Sprint. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery or maybe testing the limits of that lightweight chassis. Nonstop is holding a solid 4th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard, but needs to find a way to overtake the top 3. Next, Romaval is driving a classic 1961 MGMGA Sprint. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in 15th place and a good chunk behind the leaders. Jonas Gotta leads is driving a 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark on Eded Didare. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Jonas Gotta leads just climbed into 8th place. Unkoni Buddy is now in 9th. Lazy Towner is sneaking into 14th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Ablaze is leading in a vintage Trans Am with a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. They're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far and seem to be comfortably ahead. Lazy Towner is driving a 1971 Datsun 510, a classic with a reputation for balanced handling. Looks like they're struggling a bit today, currently in 14th place and quite a ways behind the leaders. Two Peas in the Podcast is gaining on Toucan's Flora, cutting the gap to just under a second and a half. Lazy Towner is catching up to Global Eitzel, closing in by over a second. Globos Etzel is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, Dynamite Sprue. They're currently in the 13th place, and seem to be struggling with lap times quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Two Peasant Podcast is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 8th place and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Congratulations, Ablazi. Looks like you've just claimed the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow! Ablaze took the win. Congratulations. That was an impressive display of AI racing skills. Looks like they've got the speed and the strategy to leave the others in the dust. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on cornering ability and handling. Since the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez Vintage has a mix of tight turns and some faster sweeping corners, a car that can stick to the road and navigate twists smoothly would give the best advantage. Top speed isn't everything here. Agility and control are what will really make or break a good lap. Alright folks! The clock is ticking and the time to pick your favorite AI racer is almost up. Make sure you choose quickly before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the chance to cheer for that one car that's about to take the lead. Oh wow! What a matchup! We've got Bilal in a classic 1988 BMW M5E34, which is known for its balanced handling and raw power. Then there's Super Siggy in the legendary 1985 Lancia Delta Sfor Stradale, a rally legend with some serious aggressive flair. Honestly, The BMW will probably aim for top speed and smooth handling, but the Deltas 4 with its rally heritage might surprise us with some edge in tight corners and agility. My gut says the Lancia could have a slight advantage in this vintage circuit, but don't count out the BMW. It's no slouch either. It's gonna be close, so buckle up. Alright folks, we're kicking off at the Autodromo Oscar Weingalvis vintage track with the retro slow cars class. Leading the pack is Bacio Grande in a classic 1980 Lotus SX Turbo Esprit. Let's see if old school charm can hold off the competition. Forsengo takes the lead right out of the gate. Bacio Grande is holding strong in second place, and Drewer False is right behind in third. Looks like a close fight already. Smurf 20 and Platinumera are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Plebis 3 is climbing 2 spots to 7. Estevan Games and T-Bone are locked in a close fight for 8th. Drua Falsa and Bacio Grande are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 6th, inching closer. Jude Smokia Blunt is making a move to 9th, slowly, but surely. Platinumera is gaining on Drua Falls, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. They're locked in a fierce fight for third place. Cobracle and Plebis 3 are also nose to tail for 6th. Drewer False is closing in on Bacio Grande, cutting the gap by a full second. Smurf 20 just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Looks like Smurf 20 and Platinumera are about to have a showdown for that 4th position. Billy is climbing up to 9th place. Zupa Siggy and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 13th. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 5th place. Evolution 954 is now in 12th. Looks like Plebis 3 is on the move. Tiabom is driving a 1995 BMW 850 CSI, a luxury coupe known for its V12 engine and smooth ride. Looks like they're holding 8th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying steady. Druafausis is now in 2nd place. Tiboom has climbed to 6th. Evolution 954 has moved up to 11th. Bacio Grande is chipping away at Drua Falsa's lead, closing in by 3.7 seconds. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 4th place, overtaking 1 car. T-Boom is also making moves, grabbing the 5th spot after passing 1 racer. Billy climbs to 8th place. Billy and Jude Smoke Earblunt are nose to nose for 7th. While the McVintro 183 advances to 11th. Platinumera is inching closer to Billy. closing the gap by 130 seconds. Supersigi is climbing up one spot to take the 13th place. Druarfals is closing in on Forsengo with a 1.1 second gain. Libis 3 is also making moves on Bacho Grande, same 1.1 second reduction. Dudes Malkia Blunt just climbed one spot to sit in 6th place. Libis 3 and Bacho Grande are nose to tail for 3rd place. Balsamic Vintu 183 and Cobracle are swapping paint for 10th. Libis 3 is now in 3rd place. Jude Smoky Ablant is gaining on T-Bone, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Balsamic Vintu 183 has moved up to 10th place. Druarfals is really closing in on Forsengo. Just a second and a half behind now. Smurf20 is also making a move on Dudes Mokia Blunt, closing the gap by the same margin. Evolution 954 is climbing up to 13th place, making a nice little jump. Forsengo is leading in 1984, Renault 5 Turbo, a classic hot hatch known for its agility. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining the lead. T-Bone and Bacho Grande are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Billy is closing in on Smurf20, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Balsamic Vintu 83 and Platinmira are locked in a fierce fight for 9. T-Bone is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Dudes Nokia Blunt is right behind in 5th, also moving up one spot. They are nose to tail fighting for that 4th position. Libis 3 is right behind Druarfals now, closing in fast. Dudes Mokia Blunt has climbed up to 4th place. Balsamic Vintu 183 is gaining on Smurf20, inching closer by a second and a third. Donuts on the 3 is closing in on Super Siggy fast, cutting the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Esteban Games just moved up one spot to 13. Balsamic Vintu 483 is driving a 1984 Renault 5 Turbo.80. They are currently in the 9th place, and their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Cobracle is driving a 1995 Honda Integra Type R. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but the race is pretty tight behind them. Congratulations to Forsengo on winning the race at Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez Vintage. Looks like they really drove away with it. Wow. Forsengo really outdid themselves. Nice job winning the race. Clearly they've got some wicked skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Congrats on the victory, Forsengo. You definitely earned it. Sure thing. Did you know the Chicago Street Circuit track is actually built on real city streets, which means it has those fun little bumps and cracks that make the race even more unpredictable? It's like the track is saying, hey, I'm a little rough around the edges, but that's part of my charm. Who needs a perfectly smooth raceway when you can have a street circuit full of surprises? Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is more of a coin toss than a sure thing. Since we don't know their skills or track record, I'd say it's whoever gets the better start and keeps it together under pressure. Could be anyone's game at this point. Let's just enjoy the chaos and see who surprises us. Alright everyone. The race is hotting up at the Chicago Street Circuit, and Bot Cloudy is leading the pack from pole position, cruising in a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Buckle up! It's gonna be a wild ride. Cloudy has shot off the line into the lead. XOSAs is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Grand Pijurf in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. XOSAs and Cloudy are neck and neck for first place. Skozarops is climbing fast, now in third after two quick moves. Grand Pijurf and Skozaropzas are now battling for third, so expect some fireworks there. Grand Pijurf just overtook someone to take third place. Deskis is climbing up to 10th. Lux Ravenous is inching closer to the top 13. Lux Ravenous and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose for 12th. Zero Time Live is in 5th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Their race looks steady so far, staying close but not quite challenging for the lead. Forsengo and Zero Timiliaev are neck and neck for 5th place. Lotusos and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 13. Aquaiti and Quiz 44 are battling it out for 17. Ice is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Forsengo and Ice are nose to tail. fighting for that 6th position. Akvaithi is in 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, which is pretty standard here. Looks like they're struggling to move up, maybe just trying to stay in the game. Serotimlev is in the 5th place, starting from the middle of the pack. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just like everyone else. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Arlokos just overtook Akvaithi and is now in 18th place. They are nose to tail in that tight battle for 18th. Iconic Odd is in 14th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, same as everyone else, so no special tricks there. Looks like they're just hanging in the middle of the field for now. Feskis is in 13th place, driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite making moves yet. Lux Ravenous is in 15th place, still hanging in there. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma, just like everyone else. Looks like they're trying to make a move but haven't quite cracked the top 10 yet. Lotusos and Lux Ravenous are neck and neck for 13th place. Akvaithi and Arlokos are locked in a close fight for 18th. Skozarovs is leading the race with the fastest lap so far. Their car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma and they seem to be comfortably ahead. Laudi's car is a 2019 IPS Kuruma and they are leading the race comfortably. Their fastest lap is 2:2.058, slightly faster than the 2nd place. Looks like they are in control so far. Skozarovs is climbing up to 3rd place. Sirotinalev is gaining on Grampy Jorev, closing the gap by over a second. Roger Bear 302 and Ozbzerot are nose to nose for 11. Iconic Odd is driving a 2019 IPS Kuruma, starting from the 14th position. Their fastest lap is 2:6.565, which suggests they're holding a steady pace, but not making much progress through the field. Vodso is in the 20th place, driving the same IPS Kuruma as everyone else. Their fastest lap is 2:6.212, which is pretty consistent with the pack. Looks like they're holding their own but not making any big moves. Wow! Cloudy took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Wow, Clutie really drove their way to victory. Congratulations! That was an impressive performance. Looks like all those hours in the virtual garage paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that in the all-random racing car class, every driver could end up with a car so unpredictable? It's like giving a skateboard to a race car driver. It's basically a game of roulette on wheels, where no two laps are the same, and the only thing you can count on is the chaos. Alright everyone, get ready because the countdown is almost up. If you want your favorite car to hit the track, now's the time to make your choice. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate this race. Hurry up and pick your champion before the clock runs out. Hey, Amin-san. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Stick around, it's about to get exciting. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback versus modern showdown. The S996 with that classic 1984 Renault 5 Turbo is definitely a wild card. That little pocket rocket is known for its nimbleness and raw driving fun, but it might struggle against the newer Audi in terms of outright speed and handling finesse. On the other hand, DCKP-Ziogis's 2016 Audi TT Cup is a more refined machine with better aerodynamics and probably more consistent power delivery. I'd say the Audi has the edge in overall speed and stability on the high-speed ring, but don't count out S996's ancient but capable beast for a surprise or two. If I had to put my chips down, I'd bet on the Audi for the win. But I'm definitely keeping an eye on that Renault for some unexpected magic. Alright folks, the race kicks off at high speed ring and look at that. Bot caffeinated car is starting strong on pole in a 2009 Pagani Zonda Sing. If it's not exciting enough already, I don't know what is. Caffeinated car is leading the pack, probably fueled by a double shot of adrenaline. IRFA is right behind, trying to catch up and maybe steal the caffeine throne. Dr. Felix is in third, keeping it steady but definitely eyeing those top two. Amin-san is on a roll, climbing from behind to third place in no time. Thomas Moran is making a solid push, now in seventh, after overtaking 4 cars. DKKP Betsirogerts is gaining ground, moving into 10th after passing 3 cars. Borzengo is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 14th. Amin-san just nudged into 2nd place. DKKP Betsirogerts gained 1 position to 9th. DCKK Betsirogerts and Dr. Felix are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th. Kekrish is on the charge, climbing 3 spots to 13. Tylodromes 31 is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Amundsen is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Borzengo is on the move, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Keish is also making a move, grabbing 10th after a similar surge. K-Steflex is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to land in 12th. The race is heating up. Singoshi is gaining on Ayara Fail, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Yaksinda Box and Singoshi are nose-to-nose for 4th place. DCK Batesy Wargears and JZ All Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Unclearly Gaming is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 14. DDK Rogarts is inching forward to 6th. Borsengo is also on the rise, grabbing 7. K-Steflex is climbing up 1 spot to 11th place. Tokens Flora and K-Steflex are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Adiliv is also moving up 1 spot to 16th place. Adiliva and Renkaori are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Yakshinda Box and Singoshi are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Borsengo just gained a spot to sit in 6th. Kikirsk is also climbing, moving up to 9. Caffeinated cars closing in on Amundsen, the gap shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Borsengo is making a move up to 5th place. K-Steflex is climbing to 10th place. Borzengo just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Singoshi and Borzengo are nose-to-nose for that same spot. K-Steflex is chipping away at Kikrik's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Wow! Amundsen just won again? Someone's on a roll. Better start practicing for the next race. Wow! Amundsen took the checkered flag. Great job! And congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a shiny 2013 Force India V JM07. Borsengo, you're not far behind with the most overtakes, so you get to claim that wicked 2009 Pagani Zonda Cinque. Not a bad day for our drivers. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the time runs out. Don't miss out on the action or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh, this is a classic showdown between the Haas and the Ferrari. The Haas VF18 is a solid car, but the Ferrari SH71H has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive and aerodynamic. But hey, don't count out the Haas just yet. Sometimes, the driver's skill can surprise you, even if the car isn't the flashiest. Given the track is Jerez Retro, with its mix of tight turns and long straights, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge in acceleration and top speed. However, if the Haas can handle the corners like a pro, it could give the Ferrari a run for its money. My money's on Tug On It TTV with the Ferrari, but don't be shocked if Belescopine pulls off a sneaky victory. It'll be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Jerez Retro with Bot Detoxins leading the pack on pole. Piloting a 2018 Ferrari SH71H, looks like he's got the advantage to start, but we all know racing can turn on a dime. Stay tuned. Detoxins has shot off the line to take the lead. Aminsan is holding strong in second place, while Cloudy is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already brewing behind them. Cloudy is climbing up to second place. Tugonik DTV is also moving up to fourth. Apex Milkbag and Bunny Soft Doom are locked in a close fight for seventh. Druorfals is driving a Haas VF18, currently in 11th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Tugonit DTV is driving a Ferrari SH71H and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but no real drama yet. Apex Milkbag and Bunny Soft Doom are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Druorfals and JC Productions are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Druorfals just nudged into 9th place. JC Productions is right behind, so this could get interesting. Forsengo just overtook for a better position. Equinoxual and Forsengo are nose to tail for 11th place. Tugonit DTV is driving a Ferrari SH71H and currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. JC Productions is driving a Williams FW41, starting in 8th place. They're currently holding on to that position, but with some overtakes happening ahead, their race could get interesting. Detoxins is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Equinox still is racing in a Red Bull RB14, a car known for its speed and agility. They are currently in the 12th position, so they're making some progress but still have room to improve. The F1 2018 cars seem well matched for Jerez Retro, with the top drivers staying close. Track layout favors the Ferrari and Red Bull. but the Haas and Toro Rosso are hanging in there. Car class isn't making a huge gap yet. Apex Milkbag is driving a Sauber C37 and currently in 8th place. They've set a fastest lap of just over 1:24, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady race for now. Telescope-Eimer and Tugonet TTV are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Apex Milkbag just sneaked up one spot to 7. Telescope-Eimer is climbing up one spot to take 4th place. Marty Freeze and Forsengo are locked in a tight battle for 12. Marty Freeze just nudged into 12th place. Forsengo and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for that 12th spot. Claudia is driving a Red Bull RB14 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching Detoxins at the front. Amin-san is driving a Toro Rosso's TR13 with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 22 seconds and 400. Looks like they're holding a solid 3rd place, probably enjoying the view from the podium for now. Well, look at Detoxins taking the top spot at Jarrah's Retro. Clearly they've got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Detoxins really pulled ahead at the end there, didn't they? Great job! They totally deserved that win. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the twists and turns of Alice require a car that can navigate sharp corners smoothly. Speed is important, but a car that can stay glued to the road and make quick adjustments will really shine here. Acceleration also helps get out of tight corners faster, but overall, the car's responsiveness and precision are what I value most. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown's almost up, so don't miss your chance to root for your top pick. Get those choices in before the race begins. Alright, this one's a bit of a toss-up. The Ligia from 1995 is a classic, but let's not forget it's not exactly known for blazing speed. The Ferrari 412 T2, on the other hand, is a pretty sleek machine, and definitely has the edge in that department. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say HP Loopcraft's Ferrari might just have the upper hand, but hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. The Ligia could surprise us with its handling, or maybe the Ferrari will hit a snag. Let's see who makes the better moves in this digital race. Alright everyone, get ready because Body Air Special is starting on pole in the classic 1995 Williams FW17. Looks like it's got the perfect start for some vintage racing action. The race kicks off with Air Special leading the pack, followed closely by Aetherplasm in second place, and Salmon holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Captain Trippy is really having a tough time dropping 6 places to 22nd. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing steadily up to 7. Whip 3 out 25. And Draw Let's Go are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Captain Trippy is really making a statement up front. A Wildrino is closing in fast on 2nd place. A Special and a Wild Reno are nose to tail. Looks like a showdown for 2nd. HP Lootcraft is climbing fast into 12th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind in 13th, also making moves. Case Fex is pushing forward into 15th. Looks like a tight battle for those middle positions. Justin Gilks is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 17 cars. A Special is not giving up easily, staying close behind Justin Gilks in a fierce fight for the lead. Let's Go and Wood 3 out 25 are locked in a tight duel for 7th place, neither willing to back down. Rowdy Zerolf is making the charge, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. AU20 Plays is climbing fast, now in 16th place with 3 cars overtaken. Grand Alive is also on the move, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 12th place. Case Teflex is now in 14th place. Captain Trippy has moved into 20th place. Captain Trippy is closing in on Quiffle fast, just 8.1 seconds behind now. Rowdy Zerolf and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 11th place. U20 Plays is sneaking up 1 spot to 15th. Zamun is closing in on Aetherplasm, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Mr. Roche and Anarchy 6 are nose to nose for 9th place. Case Teflex and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Gary 710 and Dre 192 Bex are neck and neck for 4th place. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 9th. HP Lootcraft is closing in on Anarchy 6, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 20 is closing in on Gary 17, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Case Teflex is climbing 1 spot to take 13th. Grand Alive is also moving up 1 spot to 16th. Rowdy Zerolf is now in 11th place, climbing 1 spot. HP Lootcraft and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail fighting for the same position. U20 Plays has also gained 1 spot, moving into 14th. Crandalave is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13 with a 1 second difference. Kufo and Des Leonardo are fighting hard for the 17th spot. Captain Trippy is closing in on Caravinin, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Captain Trippy's Ferrari 412 T2 is stuck at the back with a placeholder time, so their race is basically a non-event so far. Gary 710 and Dre 192 Bex are nose to tail for 4th place. Kufo is climbing up to 18th. Rowdy Zerolf is holding off Anarchisix by a car length for 10th place. U20 plays is just ahead of Keistaflex, with only a few tenths separating them for 13th. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on Gary 17, closing the gap by over a second. Kufo is hot on Crandy Live's tail, also making up a second. Crandy Live and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Captain Trippy is gaining on Caravinin, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hiruvinen and Daslinardo are locked in a tight fight for the 18th spot. Captain Trippy is gaining ground on Caravinin, closing the gap by a full second. Gary 710 is climbing up to 4th place. Captain Trippy is gaining on Caravinin, closing the gap by over a second. Wow, our special really sped to victory, huh? Congratulations on the win. Wow, our special really pulled off an impressive victory. Nice job bringing home the win. That was definitely a race to remember. Can't wait to see what they do next time. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1G. It was known for its impressive design and engineering for its time, giving it a bit of an edge on a vintage circuit, like Aintree. Plus, it just looks the part with that sleek, aggressive stance. The Ferrari 312 is a close contender because, let's be honest, it's Ferrari, so it's probably got that extra bit of flair and speed. But if the race comes down to pure innovation and handling, I'd put my chips on the Eagle. Oh, that's a classic showdown. The Cooper TAE1B is a lovely little car and very nimble, perfect for tight corners. The Lotus 49 is legendary for its aerodynamic design and power. Honestly, I'd say it's going to come down to who can handle the twists better, because the Lotus might have the edge in straight-line speed. But then again, the Cooper's agility could give it a surprise victory, if Shoot 'em Up manages to outmaneuver Wolf's Light at the right moments. This race could go either way, but I'm leaning toward the Lotus for its sheer racing pedigree. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Aintree Vintage, and leading the pack is Bot Jessature in a classic 1967 McLaren M5. It looks like they've got the early lead. But this race is just getting started, so stay tuned. The F Empress is leading the race, followed closely by Rosaris in second place. Sasatur is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Sasatur and Rosaris are nose-to-nose for second place. Wayne Trinity 4 has just overtaken someone to claim fourth. Trihart Triad is also on the move, climbing into fifth. Wolf's Light is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gassatur and Rosaris are nose-to-nose for second. Hot Bolognese is gaining ground, climbing 2 spots to 7th. Shoot 'em Up is just behind Wolf's Light, so a quick move could put them ahead. Wolf's Light might be feeling the pressure, but it's still early. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 10th place. Atsu 2 Hove and J-Chi Swishman 33 are nose-to-nose for 13th. Wayne Trinity 4 and Zassater are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Wolf's Light is climbing 2 spots to 10th. GT Swishman 33 is also advancing 2 spots, now in 11th. Waffling Godders is now 7th place, and Shikamaru has climbed to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Gassatur and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Wolf's Light is gaining ground, moving up to 9th. Trihart Triad is climbing up to 4th place. Hinfaik is also moving up to 6th place. Sasatur is driving a 1967 McLaren M5A, currently in the lead. Looks like they're holding the top spot with a strong start. Shoot 'em Up just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Shoot 'em Up and Shikamaru are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding off Rosaris by a hair for 2nd place. Wolf's Light and Shoot 'em Up are still neck and neck for 9th. Hot Bolognese is chopping down the distance to Yamobius, closing in fast. Wayne Trenan 84 is climbing up to second place. Rosauros is right behind him, and they are battling for that second spot. Waffling Godders and Sassatur are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Rosauros and Wayne Trenan 84 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Papaloniesa is chipping away at Imobius, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Henfatic is in a McLaren M5 starting from 6th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 54.852. Looks like they're making steady progress but still behind the leaders. Shekomaru climbs to 7th place. Both Light and Waffling Otters are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Gmaxiite is closing in on Shoot 'em Up, shrinking the gap by over a second. Shoot 'em Up is driving a Cooper T81B, starting from the 12th position. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of Gmaxiite. Their lap time is close but slightly behind the leaders, so they might be looking to make a move soon. Waffling Otters is climbing up to 7th place. Wolf's Light is now 8. Shoot 'em Up has also gained a spot, sitting in 9th. Well, Empress, looks like you've crowned yourself the Queen of Aintree Vintage. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Empress really took the crown, huh? Nice job. They must have some serious skills or maybe just a magic touch with those AIs. Either way, congratulations on the win. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Baskerville is known for its tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can navigate those with precision and stay stable through the curves would perform best. Top speed is less critical here than being able to maintain control and keep a smooth flow through the complex sections. Alright folks, you better make up your minds quick because the clock is ticking down. Get those final picks in before it's too late. We're about to see these AI cars battle it out, and you don't want to miss your chance to influence the chaos. Alright, we've got Lakaiju in the older 2011 Orica 03R versus Dairock Official in the newer 2016 Ligia SP2 17. While the Orica is a solid car with plenty of racing pedigree, the Ligia is generally more modern with better aerodynamics and tech. So if we're betting solely based on the machinery, I'd probably put my chips on Diroka Official. But hey, sometimes the driver or the AI's mood can surprise us. Let's see if Lakaiju can channel some vintage racing spirit and pull off an upset. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race at Baskerville is underway, and leading the pack is Bot Dishonored Fox in that shiny 2017 Delar P17, starting from pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead, or if the others have some tricks up their sleeves. Cliffzone has shot off the line to take the lead. Dishonored Fox is right behind in second place, and Rex Nizura is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rex Nizura is climbing up to second place. Dishonored Fox and Rex Nizura are nose to nose for that second spot. Jay Cheeseland 33 is sneaking into fifth place. Derek Official is climbing to 7th place. Waifuane is now 11th. Anonymous Ninity 3 has moved up to 13. Velocitor 14 is climbing to 13th place. Stabigale Killams and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to nose for 14. Velocitor 14 just climbed one spot to 12. Stabigale Killams and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to tail for 14. GT Wishman 33 is climbing up to 4th place. Waifuana is also making moves, now in 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lazy Towner and Bethreline are neck and neck for 5th place. Derek Official and Lazy Towner are also fighting for 6th. Waifuana is closing in on Ixnobudixel, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Dishonored Fox and Rex Nera are still nose to tail for 2nd place. GTA's 33 is chopping down the gap, now just 1.3 seconds behind Dishonored Fox. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 5th, leaving someone behind. Lazy Towner is narrowing the gap to GT Swishman 33 by a second and a bit. Velocity 14 has climbed one spot and is now in the 11th position. Hey Naibe. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to witness some epic AI car races. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Dishonored Fox and Rex Nizura are nose to tail for 2nd place. Dirock Official just snuck past one car to sit in 6th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 4th place. Le Kaiju is also moving up to 7th. The Thrillin and Le Kaiju are nose to tail for 7th. Stabigale Killams is in a 2016 Audi R8L. They're currently in the middle of the pack, and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but no major moves yet. Le Kaiju is driving an Oreca 03R from 2011. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep pace with the front runners. The LMP2 cars are clearly faster with the top lap times, around 54 seconds, giving them an edge. The GT3s are a bit slower, which might cause some overtaking challenges on the track. The track favors the quicker prototypes, but the GT3s are hanging in there. Le Kaiju is driving an Oreca 03R from 2011. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is quite slow at 1 minute, 55 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Wow! Cliff Zone, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Cliff Zone really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations! That was quite the race to watch. I guess all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you've returned to our wild racetrack. Hope you're ready for some AI action because things are about to get competitive. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance, so forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when the race starts and your pick is left in the dust. Here's a fun fact about the F1 2009 racing cars. They had a pretty unique feature called the Kinetic Energy Recovery System, or KERS. This allowed the cars to store energy during braking, and then use it to give a quick boost of extra power when accelerating. It's like giving your car a little boost of energy whenever you need it most. Kind of like caffeine for race cars. Definitely one of those tech tricks that kept the race exciting, and the drivers on their toes. Wow. This is quite the race-up with some interesting choices. The Renault R29 from 2009 is more of a classic throwback, and while it might have some charm, it's probably not the fastest on this track. On the other hand, the Ferrari F60 from 29 was a real competitor back in the day, and it has that legendary Ferrari speed and agility. Given the cars and their history, I'd say caffeinated car really has the edge here. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Renault will surprise us and pull off an upset just to keep things interesting. Alright folks, the race is underway here at Sitges Terramar. Bot Zikopal is starting on pole in a 2009 Force India VJM022. Looks like he's got the early lead. Let's see if he can hold it, or if the AI will throw a twist in the tail. Zikopal is leading the pack, followed closely by Timborghini Tube and Beltane of the Beast. Looks like they're already setting the pace. Relaxed Fuse on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Alan 656 is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Alan 656 and Zikopal are nose to tail, fighting hard for the lead. Naiba is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Beltane of the Beast is dropping back, falling 12 positions to 17th. Alan 656 is climbing steadily, advancing 1 spot to take the lead. Zikopal just snatched the lead from Alan 656. Looks like they're locked in a fierce battle for 1st place. Naiba is climbing up to 6th place, making moves through the pack. Hey everyone. It looks like the stream decided to take a little nap for a bit. Don't worry. I'm on it and we'll have us racing again in no time. Just grab a snack and get comfy. We'll be back to watch these AI cars speed around the track before you know it. Thanks for hanging in there. Alright folks. If you haven't picked your car yet, better hurry up before the countdown hits 0. You don't want to be stuck with the understudy of racing, do you? Get those selections in before time runs out, and let's see which mechanical marvel takes the lead. Sure, fun fact about the 1984 Porsche 962 C short tail is that despite its sleek and aggressive look, it was actually designed mainly for endurance racing. So it had some serious stamina behind it. It could dominate the track for hours, which is pretty impressive for a car that looks like it's constantly on a caffeine rush. Plus, it was part of Porsche's legendary Group C racing era, making it a true icon in motorsport history. Well, with both drivers flying blind and practically no info about them, it's like guessing which shoe will be more comfortable without trying them on. Since they're in the same car, it really comes down to who's got the better instincts, or maybe a little more luck. But if I had to pick, I'd say it might come down to whoever feels more confident today, or maybe whoever's secretly been practicing behind the scenes. So, let's keep an eye out and see who surprises us. Hey there, everlasting apex. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could drop in just in time to see these cars battle it out. Buckle up, it's about to get fun! Alright folks, the race is underway at Highlands Motorsport Park D-Track. Leading the pack from pole position is the group CTDTV Forsengo, piloting a classic 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Forsengo has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second. Ebony Shadow is currently in third, trying to keep up. Beats with Kef is climbing up to third place. Someone is also moving up one spot to take fifth. Naiba and another racer are locked in a close fight for fifth place. Jay Boogie is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 11. Scorched Log is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 15th. Meanwhile, Waynesy Sapson Bongtees is having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 20. Gabitha Minimac climbs to 11th place. Wenty Tapsumbongs advances to 19th place. Wenty Tapsumbongs and Bacon are nose-to-nose for 18th place. Starbex and G-Maxiate are nose-to-tail battling for 8th place. Arshiro 92 just gained a spot, and is now in 19th. Sipmasita Gaming is driving a 1993 Jaguar X J220. They're currently in the 15th place, and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Scorched Log is driving a Lamborghini Diablo Yota from 1993. They're currently in the 15th place, just behind some fast cars and trying to make a move. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Ebony Shadow is driving a 1990 Mazda 787B, a legendary rotary-powered race car. They are currently in third place, holding a solid position behind Forsengo and Amy. Looks like they're keeping up well, but no overtakes yet. Indigopedia is driving the Jaguar XJR9, a classic Group C car known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. They're holding steady in 7th place, so it looks like they're navigating the track without major issues. Zap Brandigan is driving a 1996 Toyota Supra JGT in the Retro GT 500 class. They started in 12th place and are currently in 11th, so they're inching forward but not making any dramatic moves. Beats with Kev and Amy are neck and neck for 2nd place. Indigopedia just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Someone and Indigopedia are fighting hard for 6th position. Gabby the Minimac and Zepp Brannigan are nose to tail for 10th place. Archeroy 92 just slipped into 19th. The Group C cars are dominating with the top 3 spots, showing their speed and agility at Highlands. Retro GT 500s are struggling to keep up, likely due to track layout favoring Group C's design. The Group C cars are dominating with the Mercedes leading, and Mazda 787Bs close behind. The track seems to favor the classic Group C designs, giving them an edge over the Retro GT 500s, which are struggling to keep up. Forsengo is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Zepp Brannigan is racing a 1996 Toyota Supra JGTC. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time of 1 minute 50 seconds is quite slow compared to others. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Neotexum is racing a 1996 Mitsubishi GTO, which is known for its balanced performance and all-wheel drive. They're currently in 15th place, quite a way behind the leaders, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Scorched Log is racing a 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Iota Tacte. They're currently in the 16th place, just behind some other Diablo Iotas and Jaguar XJ 220s. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Forsengo is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Well, look at Forsengo stealing the spotlight again. Congratulations on the win. I guess the race was just waiting for you to take it. Wow, Forsengo really pulled it off with that fastest lap. Congratulations! You've earned yourself a 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11. A true classic. Well done. For everyone else, keep pushing. The next car might be just around the corner. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2019 Ford Mustang has the best shot at winning the race on Mid-Ohio no-chicane circuit. It's got that modern muscle and agility that might give it an edge on those curves and straights. The older Falcons and Holden Commodores might be dependable, but the Mustang's likely to be quicker and more responsive in this scenario? The Nissan Altima? Well, it's probably more comfortable on a highway than chasing after these American muscle cars in a race. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The 2019 Ford Mustang is known for its power and agility, especially on a track like Mid-Ohio without chicanes. But the 2013 Holden Commodore VF has some raw Australian muscle behind it, and it's no slouch either. If I had to pick, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight edge in straight-line speed and handling due to its more recent design and tuning. But the Commodore's brute strength could give it a surprise or two around the corners. So, I'm leaning towards the Mustang taking this one. But don't count out the Commodore. It's a wild card for sure. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mid-Ohio, no chicane. And in the first position, we have Bot Kazumer Girl leading the pack in a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Let's see if that pole position holds up, or if the others catch up. Katsuma Girl has shot off the line, taking the lead. I am holding second place, just waiting for my moment. Belpaina the Beast is in third, hanging tight. Belpaina the Beast and Maya are nose to tail for second place. G-Maxiite just climbed one spot to 6th. Lady Gami and Rei Neki are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Belfante Beast and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Rai Nikki just climbed one spot to 7th. 8th, Lady Gami and Stabigale Killams are locked in a close fight for 8th. Belfante Beast and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Sir Prothry is climbing to 11th. Kingrud is making a move to 15. Conor and Sir Prothry are nose to tail for 11th place. Naibe is inching up to 17. Cap Holster and Naibe are fighting hard for 18. Conor Malady is climbing up to 11th place. Lotusos and Sir Prothry are nose-to-nose for 12th. Substakat and Sadamujijames are locked in a close fight for 21st. Lotusos is climbing up to 12th place. Kingrut and Dongdragon 3 are nose-to-nose for 14. Naida and Theon Kleosho are locked in a close fight for 17. Naiba advances to 17th place. Symphomarcus also climbs to 19th place. The battle for 18th place is heating up between Simple Markers and Show. Simple Markers and Show are nose to tail for the 8th place. Sukstakat and Seda Mojijames are fighting hard for the 21st spot. Simple Markers just overtook 2 cars to climb to 17. Naiba and Simple Markers are nose to nose for that same spot. Sukstakat is gaining 1 position to 21. Sukstakat and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 20th. Maya just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Ryan Neki and Stabby Gale Killams are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Rainicki and Stabby Gale Killams are nose to nose for 7th place. Vargala Svet just gained a spot to move into 15. Kingrut and Vargala Svet are also fighting for 15. So expect some fireworks there. Stabby Gale Killams and Jim Axiate are nose to tail for 6th place. Simple Markers just nudged up to 16. Simple Markers and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 15. Stabby Gale Killams just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Kingrut is also moving up 1 spot to sit in 16. Simple Markers and Kingrut are nose to nose for 16th position. Looks like a battle for the last few points. Belfantebist is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Double has climbed to 9th, making some progress. Simple Markers is in 16th, still working on moving up. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 4th place. Shoot 'em Up and Kazumagirl are nose to nose for 3rd. Double is advancing to 8th. Singoshi advances to 4th place. Double moves up to 7th. Double and Stabby Gale Killams are neck and neck for 6th. Out. Ladigami is climbing up to 10th place. Vargala Svet and Kingrut are nose to nose for 16th. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone at Mid-Ohio without the chicane. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That's some serious racing skills right there. And a big shout out to Naibi for taking home the 2013 Holden Commodore VF looks. Looks like luck is on your side today. Who's ready for the next round? Sure thing. Did you know that the British Touring Car Championship has been around since the 1950s? It's like the old grandpa racing series but still manages to stay super exciting. And those cars are so close in performance that sometimes it's less about speed and more about who can survive the chaos of the race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't leave it to the last second or you might miss out on your favorite. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Alright. This is quite the classic showdown. Cheryl Mincy Roses is in a 1993 Peugeot 405. That's a solid choice with some vintage charm and decent handling. On the other hand, S. Estevan Games is in a 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier, which might have a bit more power, but maybe not quite the same finesse. Given the track is Croft Retro, the car agility and grip will definitely make a difference. I'd say Cheryl Mincy Roses has the edge if they can keep it smooth and avoid the rough patches, but Estevan could surprise us if they get the power down well. My gut feeling? I think Cheryl Mincy Roses' Peugeot might just have that little extra finesse to take the win today. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so let's see what these vintage beasts can do. Alright everyone, seems like the Botan Zero Starks car in the BTC class is starting on pole, driving a classic 1993 Renault 19.A. Let's see if that nostalgia can give it a speed boost. Nonstop Starks is leading the race right now, followed closely by Dank Nuggins in second place, and DJ Lone Wolf holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Dank Nuggins just overtook Mid-Zero Starks for the lead. Nonstop Starks is fighting back, trying to reclaim that top spot. Cheryl Mincy Roses is climbing steadily, now in 5th place. Nonstop Starks and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail for the lead. Yes 996 is climbing to 11. Unistix is inching into 16th. Husky Hog and DJ Wolf are nose to tail for 3rd place. Bacon and Cheryl Mincy Roses are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Rosie Godgaming is climbing fast, gaining 2 spots to sit in 13. Bacon is climbing up to 5th place. Druorfals is making a solid move to 24th. Caffeinated Car and Fish the Husky are nose to nose for 25th. Yamobius is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 25th. Cheryl Mincy is climbing 1 position to 5th. Naturel Yun Lucky and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail fighting for 27. Husky Hog and DJ Wolf are nose to tail for 3rd place. Deplorablipl and Yes 996 are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Mahok Chaos just gained 1 spot, now sitting 16. Deplorably, Apple is climbing one spot to 11th place. Unistix is also moving up one spot to 16th place. Tokidokibre and Bean Streams are nose-to-nose for 18th place. The BTC cars are dominating with Dank Nuggins leading and consistent lap times, showing the class's advantage on this track. The Group N cars are mostly stuck behind or struggling with lap times, indicating the track favors the more agile and better handling BTC cars. Imbus Platinum is now in 8th place. Rosie Goldgaming has moved up to 12th. Yasnin 196 and Rosa Goldgaming are nose-to-nose for 12th. Charamitsu Roses and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Yasnin 196 and Rosa Goldgaming are nose-to-nose for 12th. Someone is creeping up on Yasnin 196, closing the gap by a second and a third. Rosie Goldgaming is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place. Evolution 954 is also making moves, now in 21st. Husky Hog and DJ Lone Wolf are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Cloud Surface 69 and Cheryl Nizirosis are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Singoshi and Bacorn are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Imbus Platinum just gained a spot and is now 9th. Imbus Platinum is climbing up to 7th place now. Bacorn and Imbus Platinum are nose-to-nose for that spot. Deplorably, Apple and SS Davin Games are neck and neck for 10th. Bacorn is climbing up to 7th place. Deplorably, Apple is now in 10th. Someone's really closing the gap on Yasnin 196, cutting it down by a second and a half. Yasnin 196 is driving a 1993 Renault 19. They're currently in the 13th place, trailing behind some faster cars but holding steady. Looks like a decent fight for now. Imbus Platinum is climbing up to 7th place. Druafals and Reiko Haruji are nose-to-nose for 20th. Natural Alien Lucky and Fish to Husky are locked in a fierce fight for 25th. Well, look at that. Dank Nuggins has taken the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Dank Nuggins really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them. That was an impressive display of skill and speed. I guess all those practice laps paid off. Let's see if they can keep up the winning streak in the next race. Sure. Yuma. Did you know that the Dijon-Prenois short track is famous for its sharp corners and tight turns that can make even the most confident driver sweat? It's like a roller coaster for cars where precision really matters. It's a place where strategy and skill turn into a thrilling game of chicken with the track. Alright, well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race just became a fun little gamble. Given they're both in the same car at Dijon-Prenois Short, which is a pretty twisty track, it might come down to who's feeling luckier, or who's had more practice with those cars. I'd say the race is anyone's game. But let's be honest, it's all about a thrill of the unknown today. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Dijon-Prenois Short Track. Our pole sitter, the NASCAR 1980 class car, Bot T-Bone, is zooming off in a classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix de Tennessee. Buckle up, this should be interesting. T-Bone has shot off the line to take the lead. Wanga Tang 272 is holding strong in second place, and Mighty Chunk is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Wanga Tang 272 is now in first place. T-Bone and Wanga Tang 272 are nose to tail for the lead. Bubote has climbed to third place. Circamingate is making a bold move, overtaking 3 cars to land in 5th place. T-Bone is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. Mighty Chunk is also climbing, grabbing the 3rd spot. Looks like the race is heating up. Circamingate is climbing up to 4th place. Ovidus is also moving up to 6th. Asheneriton and Ovidus are nose to nose, fighting for 6th. Mighty Chunk and Wanga Tang 272 are neck and neck for 2nd place. Ubute and Circamingate are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Elitsitona 1095 is closing in on Asheneriton, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wanga Tang 272 is now in 1st place. T-Bone and Wanga Tang 272 are neck and neck for the lead. Sofik has climbed to 8th place. Circamingate and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 3rd place. Ovidos is climbing one spot to 5th. Sofik is making a 2-position jump to 6th. T-Bone is gaining ground on Wangatang 7272, closing the gap by over a second. They are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Sert Gemingate just climbed one spot to secure 3rd place. T-Bone and Wangatang 7272 are neck and neck for 1st place. Sert Gemingate and T-Bone are also fighting hard for 2nd. Athena CNC and VD39 are locked in a close duel for 12. Sert Gemingate is now in 1st place, pulling ahead. Ilitsitone, 1095, and Jaichi Swishman 33 are nose to nose for 9. Jaichi Swin 33 just gained a spot but still battling hard with Illicitone 1095. Mighty Chunk better watch out, Ovidus is gaining fast. Jaichi Swishman 33 is closing in on Ashanaritan 2. Ice is climbing up the field now in 15th. Sofik is in 8th place driving a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix d'Io. Their fastest lap is 1:28.277, which is pretty solid but not quite enough to challenge the top contenders. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a bit more pace to move up. Bubute just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Jaichi Swishman 33 is also gaining ground, now in 8th place. Ashanaritan and Jaichi Swishman 33 are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Forty Afro is in 15th place driving a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix .Alley. Their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire. GTS Wishman 33 is closing in on Zufik fast. Jamasta Takemer 9000 just moved up one spot to 15. Ice and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for that same spot. Wow! Circumengate just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. See ya. Wow, Circumengate really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the victory. That was an impressive display of racing skill, even if it was all driven by AI Dwight. Can't wait to see what you do next. Oh, Bremgarten track? Fun fact is that it used to be one of the most challenging and dangerous circuits in Formula One history, especially because of its mix of fast, flowing corners and those treacherous forested areas. It was also known for its unpredictable weather, making race days even more exciting. Sadly, it was closed in the 1950s after some accidents, but it still lives in the memory as a true test of driver skill and bravery. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The countdown is almost over and we're about to start these races. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car in action. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. The 1994 Venturi 260 LM is a sleek machine, known for its lightweight and impressive aerodynamics, perfect for sneaking through those tight corners. On the other hand, the Toyota Celica GT4 is a rally legend, built for stability and agility, especially on twisty tracks like Bremgarten. Given the track's mix of sharp curves and fast straights, I'd lean slightly towards the Venturi because of its aerodynamic edge and speed potential. But don't count out the Celica, as its rally-inspired handling might help it carve through corners with a bit more flair. It's going to be a close call, but I think the Venturi might just have the upper hand in this race. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Bremgarten with the 1990 Streetcar Showdown. Leading the pack is Bodankoni Buddy in a 1995 BMW 850C. Us, starting on pole. Let's see if that classic can hold off the crowd. Buffinanettine has taken the lead right out of the gate. Budazzaror is holding strong in second place, and Anconi Buddy is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Anconi Buddy is climbing fast into second place. Cobber is making a strong move up to fourth. Kufo is also gaining ground, now in sixth. Jabuogi and Cobber are nose-to-nose for fourth place. T-Bom and Cuefo are also locked in a fierce duel for sixth. Catgirl TM is climbing up one spot to 11. Anconi Buddy and Bufina 19 are nose-to-nose for the lead. Kufo is climbing to fifth place. Jamasterte Gamernin 1000 is making a move to 7. T-Boam is driving a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a classic rally legend struggling to overtake. Catgirl TM just overtook its Therapur and is now in 10th place. They're still close, so expect more action soon. Giant Diamarine 1000 just overtook someone to take 6th place. Fish the Husky is climbing up to 8th. None. Your Instinct is making moves to 12th. Unconibody and Buffin 19 are nose to nose for the lead. Gamestata Gamarine 1000 Quafo are swapping positions in the midfield. Merchican Live and Castiflex are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Catgirl TM is driving a 1997 Nissan Skyline GR 33. They're currently in the 11th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have some ground to make up. Uncommon Buddy and Buffina 19 are neck and neck for first place. Fish the Husky is closing in on J Buogi, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Merchigan Live just moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Fish the Husky and J Buogi are nose to nose for 7th place. Catgirl TM is sneaking into 9th after a little move up. Darren Clayshow and K-Steflex are locked in a close fight for 14th. Uncanny Buddy and Buffina 19 are nose to nose for the lead. Catgirl TM is chipping away at Fish the Husky's tail, closing in fast. K-Steflex is climbing up one spot to 13th. Shron is driving a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, sitting in the last place and not making any moves forward. Shron is driving a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral, a classic rally legend. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, sitting in the last place and probably wishing for a turbo boost. Gimasta Tigamanin 1000 advances to 5th place. Its Therapair climbs to 10th. Merchican Live and Your Instinct are nose to nose for 12th. Gimasta Tigamanin 1000 Cover are nose to tail for 4th place. Merchican Live and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 12th. Jamasta Tagama 9000 Cover are nose to tail for 4th place. Merchican Live just gained one spot and is now in 12th. Your Instinct and Merchican Live are battling hard for 12th place. Hey there, Unforgiven Coop. Glad you could join us again. We've got some AI cars racing and causing chaos on the track. Get comfy and enjoy the show. Wow, Buffina 19, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like you're the one to beat now. Wow, Buffina 19 really pulled off an incredible victory. Give it up for them, everyone. That was some smooth driving, no doubt. I think they just set the bar pretty high for the rest of the competition. Great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the TCE racing cars are known for their incredible balance of speed and durability? It's like watching a really fast, very stubborn turtle that refuses to give up on the finish line. They might not always be the flashiest, but they sure know how to keep going, race after race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the timer runs out, and you're stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up! Alright, so we're watching a classic showdown here. On one side, we have Platinum Mera in a 2012 Lada Granta. It's not exactly a speed demon, more of a stubborn mule that refuses to quit. On the other side, Beth Raylene in a 2014 Suzuki Swift Dot. That's a bit more sprightly, a little more agile, and probably a tad more fun to watch zoom around. Given the cause and the AI driving style, I'd say the Suzuki Swift has a slight edge in agility and acceleration. But hey, the Lada might surprise us with its durability and stubbornness. I'd put my chips on Beth Raylene's Swift to take the win, but don't count out the Granta causing some chaos and possibly finishing in a surprising second. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks, looks like Bot Reinecke is kicking things off at pole in the TCE class, driving a classic 2012 Lada Granta. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Anaxagorex has shot off into the lead. Reinecke is holding strong in second, and Jungens Storu 102 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Jungens Storu 102 just overtook Reinecke, and now they are in a close fight for second place. Borsengo and Josh Biosh are neck and neck for fifth. Reinecke and Jungens Storu 102 are nose to nose for second place. LXCX just sneaked up one spot to 12. Ixajax and Fish to Husky are locked in a close fight for 15. Reinecke just snuck into second place. Popcorn Slayer is right behind in third. LXXLX Matite and Unforgiven Coop are nose to nose for 11. Anaxagorex is leading in a 2015 Toyota Corolla, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and pushing hard. Anaxagorex is leading in a 2015 Toyota Corolla, and it looks like they're holding a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. The car is performing well, but the real challenge will be keeping Reinecke behind. Unforgiven Coupe is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but no major moves yet. Borsengo is driving a Renault Clio 4RS Capitaine. They're currently in 7th place, hanging just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but no overtakes yet. Reinecke just overtook Anaxagoras, and now they are neck and neck for the lead. Reinecke is pushing hard to hold that top spot. Anaxagoras isn't giving up easily, staying close behind. Rosaurus is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift and is currently in 14th place. The race looks tight with a lot of close gaps, but Rosaurus is holding steady just behind the top 10. Josh Bioch is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto Corsa. They're holding on to 5th place but not making much noise in the top 4. Looks like a steady race for now. Rosaurus is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift. They're currently in 14th place, hanging just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Unforgiven Coupe is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. They're currently in 12th place, making steady progress with a fastest lap of 0:18.357. Looks like they're climbing up the ranks. Anaxagoras is leading in a 2015 Toyota Corolla, which is surprisingly holding its own at the front. Looks like they've got a good pace, already pulling ahead from the pack. Bethrelin's driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, which is known for agility, but not raw speed. She's currently in the 13th position, slightly behind her teammate Unforgiven Coupe. But looks like she's struggling to gain ground. Wow, Anaxagoras really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats on crossing that finish line first. That was a race to remember. Definitely not a fluke. Wow! Anaxagoras really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Mugello Short has tight corners and quick twists that demand precise steering and quick transitions. Speed is great, but if your car can't stick to the road and navigate the turns smoothly, you're not winning any races here. Acceleration also plays a role, since the short straight sections mean getting up to speed quickly before diving into the next corner is crucial. Overall, a well-balanced car with excellent grip and nimbleness will excel on this very demanding and technical circuit. Well, with both drivers driving the same vintage Lola at Mugello Short, and having no info on their skills, this is shaping up to be quite the unpredictable race. It's basically a coin toss. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards the driver showing a bit more confidence. Or maybe, just someone who looks less nervous. Since we're in the dark, I'll say it's anyone's race, and that's what makes it exciting. Let's see who surprises us. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Mugello Short Track, and up front we've got Bot Gaming in the 1995, Reynard 95 starting on pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. Bot Gaming has shot off the line into the lead. Willow Shrub is holding steady in second place. Lord Buttrell is sitting comfortably in third, not making any bold moves yet. Willow Shrub and Bot Gaming are nose to tail at the front. 20 taps and bonk seeks. Just gained a spot to sit in fourth. Asuroni and 20 taps and bonk seeks are trading paint for the fourth spot. Willow Shrub and Bot Gaming are nose to tail at the front. Asuroni just gained one spot, now in fourth. Wenti, Tapsum Bonky Yanks and Ashuani are also close, fighting for fourth place. Willow Shrub is holding on to the lead with Bot Gaming right behind. Wenti Lee Tapsum Bongex just overtook Asironi for fourth place. Pumpkinov Flurry and Wenti Tapsum Bongs are still neck and neck for fifth. Willow Shrub takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Wenti Tapsum Bontiks moves up to fourth, closing in on the battle for fourth. Asironi and Wenti Tapsum Bongs are nose to tail, fighting for that fourth place. Kalukachu is racing a Lola T9500 and is currently in 8th place. The race seems steady for now with a decent lap time of 53.678 seconds, just behind the top contenders. Calicum Bunny is climbing up to 11th place. Borzengo and Calicum Bunny are nose to nose fighting for that 11th spot. Borzengo and Calicum Bunny are nose to tail for 11th place. Bufininitin and Skozarovs are also locked in a close fight for 13. Calicum Bunny is currently in the lead over Skozarovs, but Skozarovs is closing in fast with a quicker lap time. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Unforgiven Coop just nudged ahead of Arlocost for the 16th spot. They're nose to nose in that battle. Ryan Nicky and Anarchy 66 are neck and neck for 8th place. Looks like they're trading paint. Iconic Odd and Boofing 19 are also close for 14. Could get spicy there. Congratulations, Willow Shrub. Looks like all those practice laps finally paid off. Enjoy the victory. Wow! Willow Shrub really pulled off an impressive win. Nice job! That was a fantastic race, and it's clear they've got some serious skills behind the wheel. Well, AI wheel that is. Let's give a big round of applause for that victory. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The V8 supercars racing cars are so powerful they can accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just around 3 seconds. That's faster than most roller coasters. It's basically like having a rocket on wheels, but instead of space, they're just tearing up the racetrack. Alright, so we've got the 28 Ford Falcon FG versus the 2013 Holden Commodore VF on Barbagallo. Honestly, both of these cars have their charms. The Falcon is known for its raw power and a bit of that classic Australian muscle vibe. The Commodore VF, on the other hand, offers a slightly newer design and maybe a bit more refined handling. If I had to pick who might take the win, I'd lean towards the Commodore because of its more updated technology and stability, especially on a tight and twisty track like Barbagallo. But you know what? Sometimes the old-school Falcon surprises us all with its brute force and grit. So, who do I think is going to come out on top? I'd say the Commodore has the edge, but don't be surprised if the Falcon pulls a surprise or two. It's all about those little moments that can flip the race around. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Barbagallo with Bot Exejax on pole in a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Let's see if that oldie can hold on to its lead, or if the newer rivals will swoop in. Exejax has taken the lead right out of the gate. Athena CNC is holding strong in second place, and Mafia Mevi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Athena CNC is now in first place. Edialiv has moved up to fourth. Edialiv and Mafia Mavia are nose to nose for third. Cheru Mitsurosis and Architect are nose to nose for sixth place. Shattered Pixel and Aru Special are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Gaming To Fight Cancer is climbing up one spot to 13th. Valley Night Thief is climbing fast, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shattered Pixel just moved up one spot to 8th place. Roger Bear 302 also gained one position, now in 9th place. Roger Bear 302 advances to 8th place. Our Spatial climbs to 9th. Squat Bender moves into 10th. The race is heating up. James Nisk is climbing up to 13th place. Toucan's Flora and James Nisk are fighting for 13th place. The Lightning Thief and Toucan's Flora are neck and neck for 14th place. Honey 3 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th place. The Lightning Thief and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for 14th place. Meanwhile, Calican Bunny and Penny 3 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Lockchin 7 is holding off Squatbender for the 10th spot. The Lightning Thief and Toucan's Flora are still neck and neck for 14th place. Two Pizinda Podcast just gained one position and is now in 17th. James Nisk just climbed one spot to 12. Two Pizinda Podcast is also moving up 1 to 16. Pani 3 and Two Pizinda Podcast are nose to nose for that 16th spot. Pani 3 is climbing up to 16th place. Two Pizinda Podcast and Pani 3 are nose to nose for that spot. It's Theraper and Calican Bunny are battling for 19th place. It's Theraper just sliced through the pack to take the 8th place. Nermwidar is right behind in 9th, closing the gap. Squat Bender is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF, and they're currently in the 11th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Calico Bunny is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang, and currently in the last place. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Shattered Pixel is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, and is currently in dead last with a time that looks more like a glitch than a lap. Rogerbath 302 is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like they're hanging in there with a decent lap time. Toucan's Flora is driving a 27 Holden Commodore VE. They are currently in 9th place, and their fastest lap is a 58.156. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making a move yet. The Lightning Thief is driving a 28 Ford Falcon FG, currently in 20th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 57.281 seconds, but they're a bit off the pace of the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Well, look at that. Athena CNC just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Athena CNC took the win. That's impressive. They really showed off their racing skills today. Congratulations. Looks like their car was on fire. Or at least pretending to be. Can't wait to see what they do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Kalabugi Stadium has tight turns and quick chicanes, so a car that can navigate through those with precision would be ideal. Power is nice, but if the car can't stay glued to the road around those curves, it's gonna be a rough ride. Balance and responsiveness are the name of the game here, and a car that responds quickly to steering inputs will dominate. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is about to run out, so get those selections in before all the good ones are gone. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your champion. Alright. This is quite the classic showdown. The Renault Clio Williams is known for being lightweight and agile, which should give it an edge on a track like Calabogie Stadium. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo C has a pretty distinctive design and a reputation for sharp handling, but it's a bit older and might not be as nimble. Given the cars, I'd say Dongazon 3 in the Renault has the advantage here. It's built for speed and quick maneuvering, especially on a curvy or technical course. Yaboiro Vanda's Alfa is a real looker and fun to watch, but I suspect it might struggle just enough to make this interesting. I'd put my money on Dongazon 3 taking the win. But hey, with AI racing, you never know when a surprise might pop up. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Calabogie Stadium. Up front we've got Botan Stabil in a 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo, so you know it's going to be interesting. Let's see if that old timer can hold its ground. Nonstop has taken the lead right out of the gate. Red Panda Manatee 4 is in second place, not far behind. Tuba is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Shikamaru is now in third place, closing the gap. Tuba and Shikamaru are nose to nose for that third spot. Jamagichat has gained one position and is now in sixth. Dongazon 3 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 5th place. Ixnobadixel is climbing 2 spots to 3rd. Jamagishat and Dongazon 3 are nose to tail for 5th. Yaboy Rwanda is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dongazon 3 is inching closer to the top 4, moving up 1 spot. Shikamaru and Skozarobzaz are nose to nose, fighting for 7th place. Looks like a close one. Jimagishat advances to 5th place. Shikamaru climbs to 7. Thomas Moran moves into 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Dongazon 3 is climbing up to 3rd place. Shikamaru is also making moves, now in 6th. Thomas Moran and Tube are nose to nose for 7. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Skozar Obs and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to nose for 9th. Flanky Frankie and Big Boy Bets are locked in a fierce fight for 16. Jmagichat is really having a tough time, dropping 9 places to 14. Shikamaru is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Tuba is also moving up 1 spot to 6th. Jangishat is making a bold move, climbing 13 spots to take the lead. Unstabil and Jmagikat are nose to nose for the top position. Thomas Moran and Yaboy Rwanda are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Unstabil just took the lead. Ixnobadixel is closing in on Dongazon 3 fast. Sekapal is climbing up to 14. Red Panda Mina D4 is climbing up to second place. Dongetson 3 is now in third. Ixnobadixel has moved into fourth. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Dongetson 3 and Red Panda Mana T4 are neck and neck for second place. Zikopal is climbing up one spot to 11th. Skozer Ubs and Sikopal are locked in a close fight for 11th. Shikamaru is gaining on Ixnobadexel, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Yaboy Rwanda just moved up one spot to sit in 6th. Vanona 1857 and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th place. Thomas Moran advances to 7th place. Mutuba and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for that spot. Zikopal climbs to 10th place. Zikopal and Vanone 1857 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Dongetson 3 is gaining on Red Panda Mananity 4, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yabura Rwanda is climbing up to 5th place. Vanone 1857 is also making moves. Now, in 8th place. Dongatsana 3 is climbing up to 2nd place. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on Ixnobadexel, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Zikopal is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Thomas Moran is gaining on Shikamaru, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Zikopal has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Mutuba is narrowing the distance to Vanone 1957 by 1.5 seconds. Dongetson 3 is really pushing, closing the gap on Unstable by 1.5 seconds. Vanona 1857 is hot on Zikopal's tail, closing nearly the same amount. Zingoshi and Mutube are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th place. No room for mistakes there. Shikamaru climbs to 5th place. Thomas Moran advances to 6th. Zikopal moves into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Zingoshi is climbing up to 10th place. Prodigy place 58 is now 11. Big Boy Bets has moved into 15th. The race is heating up. Zikopal is climbing up to 6th place. Thomas Moran and Zikopal are nose-to-nose for that spot. Zingoshi is also making moves, now in 10th place. Donert Zone 3 is inching closer to Unstable, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mutuba is gaining on Yabor Rwanda, chipping away 2.6 seconds. Blanky Frankie is closing in on Skozerobs, narrowing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Looks like Flanky Frankie and Skozerobs are locked in a tight fight for the 13th spot. Well, look at that. Unstabil just took the crown. Guess they really know how to steer to victory. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Unstable really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally deserved it. Looks like all those hours of tuning paid off. Can't wait to see if you can defend your title in the next round. Oh, fun fact! Grand Valley Speedway is actually inspired by classic racing circuits, and it's known for having a pretty crazy sharp turn around the middle of the track. It really keeps the drivers on their toes, especially when the AI is zooming around at full speed. So, if you see a car suddenly slide, you'll know it's because they're trying to tame that tricky bend. Oh, this is quite the matchup. The Penske PC-23 from 1995 is a classic, known for its somewhat unpredictable handling, but with a lot of charm. Meanwhile, the Lola T9500 has a reputation for being a solid, reliable contender with a sleek design. Given the setup here, I'd say the Lola might have the edge in terms of stability and speed on Grand Valley Speedway. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who's got the better algorithm for racing. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Grand Valley Speedway, and leading the pack is the bot Drew 192 Bex in a classic 1995 Penske PC 23 Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Drew 192 Gex has shot off the line to take the lead, followed closely by Cloud Surfer XD9 in second place. Yaboy Rwanda is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to second place. Icar 77 and another driver are locked in a close fight for fourth. Crystal 33 is also moving up one spot to sit in sixth. Nishtek is really having a tough time dropping to 18th place. Zenyahima is climbing up to 11. Sir Gemigate is making a move up to 12. Zekopal advances to 18th place. Kika Sluggy X3 and the Hyper 7 are now battling for 19th. The Hyper 7 nudges ahead slightly. Anarchizix is driving a Penske PC-23 and is currently in 15th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Crystal 33D climbs to 6th place. Unstable moves into 7th. Unclearly Gaming advances to 8th. Looks like everyone's eager to climb today. Cloud Surfer 69 is driving a 1995 Penske PC23. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying competitive. Anarchizix is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 15th place. Looks like they're making a move, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Icar 77 is driving a Reynard 95i, currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Unclearly Gaming is running a Lola T9500 in 9th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet race for now. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in the last place. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Dre192 Gex is leading the race in a Penske PC23 from 1995. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. The race seems to be smooth sailing for them so far. Wow. Dre192X just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to win. Congrats on the win. Wow, Dre192X really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was some seriously smooth driving. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. Sure, here's a fun fact about the 1970 Lola T70 Mark O New Beach GTI. This car was actually a racing legend in its time, and was known for its incredible speed and agility. Interestingly, the Lola 70 series was so successful that it helped establish Lola as a major player in the racing world. And it was often called the Ferrari killer, because it could vie for victories against much more expensive rivals. Plus, its sleek design and powerful engine made it a real head-turner on the racetrack. Oh wow! Both of these cars are absolute legends from the golden era of racing. The Porsche 917 LH is a true beast, known for its incredible speed and aerodynamics and a real game changer back in the day. But then you have the Lola T70 Mark Nu, which is equally iconic, especially for its agility and handling around those tight corners. Honestly, it's a tough call because the Porsche might have the edge on straightaways with that power, but the Lola's lighter frame and nimbleness could give it a solid advantage in the twisty sections of Adelaide. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly toward the Porsche because its raw power is just hard to beat on a track like this. But don't be surprised if the Lola sneaks in with some clever maneuvering. This race is definitely going to be a close one. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Adelaide and leading the pack is the prototype 1970. Bought Sunboard Bowie, cruising in a classic 1970 Porsche 917. LH looks like brand history is making a strong start. Sunboard Bowie is leading the race, followed closely by Crazy Sweet Butt in second place. Pumpkin Off Glory is currently in third. Looks like a tight start. Strutting Jarl is now in third place. V39 and Adanut 44 are nose-to-nose for 11. Scorched Log and Shekomaru are fighting hard for 14th. V39 is climbing up to 11th place. Adanut 44 and VD39 are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Scorched Log is sneaking into the top 15. Sunboard Bowie is holding a slight lead, but Crazy Sweet Butt is right behind and could pounce at any moment. The race is still wide open. GamerBoss 72 is climbing to 4th place. Keys to Flex is now in 5th. Renub T4 has moved into 6th. Looks like they're all eager to catch the leaders. Pumpkin Off Glory is dropping back to 15th place. Nafyama VA is climbing to 9th place. Adanut 44 is moving up to 10th place. Pumpkin Off Glory's Porsche 917 LH is a 1971 model known for its legendary speed and racing pedigree. They're currently in 4th place, so they're making a solid push, but still have room to overtake the leaders. Nafyama VA climbs to 9th place. Adanut 44 moves into 10th. Vega 9 makes a 2-spot jump to 11th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Nergutsu is gaining on VD39 and is now just over a second behind. Pumpkin Off Glory is closing the gap on Scorched Log quickly. Less than 3 seconds now. V39 and Adanut 44 are wheel-to-wheel for 10th place. Pumpkin Off Glory is slicing into Scorched Log's rear bumper, closing the gap by a second and a half. V39 is climbing to 9th place. Pumpkin Off Glory is catching up to Scorched Log, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. The A39 is gaining on Wei Fuan, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scorched Log has moved up 1 spot to 13. Pumpkin Flurry is narrowing the distance to Shikamaru by almost 4 seconds. Niruwatsu is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Dottionji. They're currently in the 12th place and have a very tight gap with the cars ahead. Looks like a steady but slow race so far. GamerBoss72 is climbing to 3rd place. The E39 is chipping away at Wei Fuan, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Midgutsu is making his way to 11th place. Wow! Some bored boy took the win? Guess all that boredom finally paid off with a victory. Well done! Wow! Some bored boy really stole the show, didn't they? Congratulations! I guess all that boredom really paid off in speed today. Great job! The 1991 Bugatti EB 110 SS is quite the speed demon, capable of reaching speeds over 213 miles per hour. Fun fact, it was actually one of the fastest cars of its time and was packed with advanced technology, making it a true supercar pioneer in the early 90s. And yes, it's also a pretty rare beauty, considering only around 30 of these were ever made. So, it's like a unicorn of the supercar world. Fast, exclusive, and a little bit magical. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws in the race. Get those selections in or miss out. No complaining once the countdown hits 0. Wow! We've got a classic versus a modern marvel here. The 2020 Ferrari Roma is sleek, fast and packed, with all the latest tech. Meanwhile, the 1994 Ferrari 512 TR is a true vintage beauty with a raw, old-school vibe. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Roma just because it's more aerodynamic and probably handles better around the corners. But then again, the 512 TR has that legendary Ferrari sound that could give it a secret boost. It's a tough call, but if I had to pick, I'd say the Roma has the edge for its combination of speed and modern agility. Let's see if the 512 TR can surprise us with some vintage flair. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Altamont Raceway Park, and our favorite AI driver bot Anonymous Ninity 3 is starting on pole in a classic 1996 Porsche 911 G T1. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Anonymous Ninity 3 has shot off the line to take the lead. Popcorn Slayer is holding a solid second place. Rowdy Zerolf is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Captain Trippy is climbing fast up to fourth place. Aloe Coast and Captain Trippy are nose to nose fighting for that fourth spot. Dishonored Fox just gained one position and is now 11th. Yama Priest is making a move, climbing 3 places to 13. Igana Wright is closing in on Van 1857. Fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Captain Trippy is on the rise, jumping 2 spots into second. Dishonored Fox and Arayu Serial are neck and neck for 8th place. Tales of City and Dishonored Fox are fighting hard for 9th. Pumpkin of Glory is making a move up the field, climbing to 15. Pumpkin of Glory and Venona 1857 are locked in a close battle for 14. Captain Trippy is closing in on Anonymous Ninity 3, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 6th place. Tales of Strili is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 8. Captain Trippy is closing in on Anonymous Ninity 3, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Big Boy Bets has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Aloe Coast has also moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Captain Trippy just overtook for the lead. Anonymous Ninity 3 is right behind, not giving up that easily. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 3rd place, closing in on the top. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for the lead. Yama Priest just gained a spot and is now 11. Yama Priest and Jebuugi are fighting hard for 10th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 just overtook to take the lead. Jebuugi is climbing up to 9th place. Dishonored Fox and Jebuugi are nose to nose for 9th. Wow, Anonymity 3 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone stopped the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Anonymous Nina D3 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations. It's always exciting to see someone pull ahead like that. Great job dominating the race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1972 Ford Torino. It's got a slightly more updated design which might give it a tiny edge in aerodynamics and handling, even if just a little. The rest are classic muscle cars from the same era, but I'd put my money on the newer Torino for that race. Well, with both drivers driving the same car at the same track and no info about their skills, it's pretty much a coin toss. I'd say it's gonna come down to luck or who gets the better start. Honestly, I just enjoy the chaos and see which one surprises us. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Altamont Raceway Park with Bot Bleach Map C leading the pack in that classic 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole or if the competition is about to surprise us. Bleach Map C has shot off into the lead. Zenyahima is holding strong in second place. Roger Bear 302 is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Yachi's Fishman 33 is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Senor Flip Flopon 100 and 2020 has moved up 1 spot to 6th. Mirmoida and Senor Flip Flopon 100 2020 are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. N Body Notes and Ron Rampage are nose to tail for 8th place. Agrids 34 is climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Mutwolf and Agrids 34 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Lirashe just overtook someone to take 3rd place. N Body Notes is climbing up to 8th. Agrids 34 and Fort Iafro are nose to nose for 14th. Justin Etfiv and Yeheveg Sema are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Agrids 34 is climbing up 1 spot to take the 14th position. For the Afro and Agreds 34 are also battling it out for 14th place. Le Rocher is climbing up to 2nd place. Justanet is also moving up, now in 13th. Ihave Ixema and Justaneti are nose to nose for 12th. Ihave Ixema is driving a Mercury Cyclone and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 0:21.448, so they're not exactly setting the pace but holding their own. Le Rocher just snatched the lead, climbing to 1st place. Roger Bear 302 and Zinyahima are nose to tail for 3rd. Looks like a photo finish coming up. The track seems to favor the Chevrolets with the fastest lap times, but the Mercury Cyclone is holding strong at the front. Overtakes are tight, so the track must be tricky enough to keep everyone on their toes. Leech Mepsi is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot. Le Rocher is right behind, and they are nose to nose for the top spot. X34 is driving an AAMC Matador, with a fastest lap of 21.05. 6 seconds. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite making the headlines yet, but definitely showing some speed. Wow! What a fantastic victory for Le Rocher. Congratulations on taking the win. That was an impressive performance. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just AI powered. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Alright, here's a fun one for you. Did you know that modern street cars racing? Class cars are often so advanced, they can almost drive themselves. Well, not quite. But they do feature some crazy technology that makes them behave like they've got a mind of their own. It's like giving a supercar a brain upgrade so it can outmaneuver the competition without breaking a sweat. Truly the future of racing. Or at least a sneak peek of what our daily commutes could look like someday. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the race kicks off. Don't miss your chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the track today. Hurry up and make your choice. Alright, so we have Sergey Mingate in a Pontiac G, 8GXP, which is a pretty hefty American muscle car. It's got some serious power, but it might struggle with the finesse needed on a track like Dustbite Speedway. On the other hand, Jack's in the Box is in a 2002 Honda Ace XR, which is known for its agility and sporty handling. Given the track's likely twists and turns, I'd lean towards Jack's in the Box taking the lead. The NSXR's lightweight and balance could give it an edge over the more muscular Gate GXP. But hey, Sir Gamingate might surprise us with that raw horsepower, if he gets the perfect run. So, I'm placing my bet on Jack Cinderbox to come out on top here. But don't be too surprised if Sir Gamingate throws in a wild card. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway, and leading the pack is Skeksis Prix in the sleek 2011. Lexus LV looks like it's going to set the pace. Stay tuned to see if it can keep up. Skeksis Prix is leading the race right now. Relaxed View is holding second place, and Gliding Penguin is in third. Looks like a pretty calm start so far. Strutting Jarla's on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Gravy Grace is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 18th. Day Empress and Jordan F are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Sorts is on the move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Runner Impage is making a big push, passing 4 cars to reach 23rd. Jordan F has gained 1 spot to sit in 4th. The battle for 3rd between Jordan F and Gliding Penguin is heating up, both neck and neck. Gakrishka is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 25th. Toucan's Flora is losing ground, dropping 6 spots to 30. Jordan F is inching forward 1 position to 3rd. Gliding Penguin and Jordan F are nose to tail for 3rd place. Strutting Jarl and Gliding Penguin are also fighting hard for 4th. Navling and Sir Gamingate are locked in a close duel for 10th. Gliding Penguin and Jordan F are nose to tail for 3rd place. Patsos and Mr. Roche are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Navling is climbing up, now in 10th after a little push forward. Relaxed View just overtook Relaxed View for the lead. Skeksis Prix and Relaxed View are still nose to nose for 1st place. Gliding Penguin and Jordan F are battling hard for 3rd. Skeksis Prix is now in 1st place. Strutting Jarl has climbed to 3rd. Patsorts has moved up to 8th. The Empress and Radazoractiva Vixen are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Navling just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Navling and the Empress are nose to nose for 7th. Navling is climbing nicely to 6th place. The Empress and Radazoractive Vixen are nose to nose for 7th. Patsorts and Tiap Empress are also fighting hard for 8th. Strutting Jarl is making a move up to second place. Relaxed Hugh is right behind in third, and they're battling hard. The 8th Empress is climbing to 7th, slowly, but surely. Gnaveling is gaining on Gliding Penguin, closing the gap by a second. Patswords and Radioactive Vixen are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Nirgutsu and Patswords are also battling for 9th. Looks like a game of leapfrog. Gnaveling advances to 5th place. Patswords climbs to 7th. Nirgutsu moves into 8th. The Up Empress just sliced through 3 cars to grab 6th place. Gliding Penguin is creeping up to 5th. Radioactive Vixen is inching closer to the top 10. Gnaveling and Radioactive Vixen are nose-to-nose for 9th place. U20 plays just climbed 1 spot to 12th. Circa Mingate and U20 plays are also fighting for 12th, so expect some fireworks there. Strutting Jarl is now in 1st place. Skeksis Beaupre is right behind him in 2nd. Gnaveling has moved up to 9th place, closing in. Skeksis Beaupre now in 1st place. Patswords and Tiet Empress are battling closely for 6th. Gravy Graves has moved up to 10th. Patswords has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. The Empress and Patswords are still battling closely for 6th. Gravy Graves has also gained 1 spot, and is now in 9th. Gnaveling is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Willow Shrub is making a move, now in 22nd. The Empress and Mergutsu are nose-to-nose for 8th. Jordan F is climbing to 4th place. Gliding Penguin and Patswords are neck and neck for 5th. Looks like a close fight there. Willow Shrub is making a nice climb up to 18th place. Nirgutsu has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Gliding Penguin and Mergutsu are nose to tail for 5th place. Patswords is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Gliding Penguin and Patswords are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. U20 plays is climbing up to 13th, making some moves. Wow, Skeksis Beaupre really sped past everyone. Nice job winning the race. Wow, what a fantastic win for Skeksis Beaupre. Congratulations. They really showed everyone their skills out there. I guess being a champion just suits them perfectly. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1967 were so powerful that drivers had to be super precise with their steering? Because the cars could nearly spin out with just a slight mistake? And let's not forget, those cars were pretty much the raw essence of racing, with minimal aerodynamics and more mechanical grunt than a modern monster truck. It was like driving a beast that demanded respect and a good dose of bravery every lap. Ooh, this is a classic showdown between two vintage beauties. Deja Tecuerdo with the BRMP 83 and Fuso with the Brabham B24 Torque. Both cars from the same era, but definitely with their own quirks and charm. I'd say it's going to come down to handling and how well each AI can exploit the circuit's tricky corners. Given the era, I'd probably lean slightly towards the Brabham B24, because of its reputation for being a bit more responsive and agile. But hey, anything can happen when AI gets behind the wheel. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Circuit Hawaii. Leading the pack is bot Jordan F, starting from pole in the classic 1967 Ferrari 312. It looks like vintage power is already making its mark. Jordan F has shot off the line to take the lead, followed closely by Rob Swizzle in second. Athena CNC is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Rob Swizzle just took the lead and is now in first place. Ray Nikki has moved up to third. Jordan F and Ray Nikki are nose to nose for second place, so expect some fireworks there. Athena CNC is now in third place. Gateso Gaming has climbed to fifth. HP Lootcraft is in seventh. Looks like the race is heating up. Deca Otiguerdo just overtook someone to take the fifth place. Now they're nose to nose with Reinecke for fourth. Things are heating up in that midfield battle. Jordan F is now in first place. Deca Otiguerdo and Reinecke are nose to tail fighting for fourth. Looks like a close one. Singoshi is driving a Cooper T81B, which is known for its agility. They are currently in 13th place, so they're making a move through the pack, but still have some ground to cover. HP Lootcraft is driving a 1967 Ferrari 312. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, without any major moves so far. The chaotic weirdo just overtook someone to climb into third place. Athena CNC and the chaotic weirdo are nose to nose for that third spot. Ixajax is chipping away at Platnumera's lead, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Athena CNC is now in third place, climbing one spot. Bozo has moved up to 7th place, also gaining one position. Ixajax is now in 9th place, making a move forward as well. Platnumera is climbing up to 9th place. Singoshi is now in 12th. The F1 1967 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the Circuit Hawaii's twists might favor the more agile models of the Ferrari and Honda. Still, it's early days, so anything can happen. Rob Slizzle is driving a Cooper T81B, a classic from 1967. Looks like he's holding second place comfortably with a decent lap time, but no real pressure from behind yet. Platnumera is driving a Honda R, a 300, which is known for its lightweight design and nimble handling. Their race looks steady, but not quite as quick as the top contenders, sitting in 10th and just behind the leaders. Spikles is racing the Eagle Mach 1 T1G, which is known for its sleek design and agility. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not quite making moves but not falling behind either. Platnumera is driving a Honda R300, which is known for its lightweight design and nimbleness. They're currently in 10th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're hanging in there but need a bit more speed to climb up. Congratulations to Jordan F on winning the race. Looks like they really drove away with it. Wow! Jordan F really pulled off an incredible victory. Congrats to them on that well-deserved win. Looks like all those hours of training the AI paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1966 Porsche 906. It's the most modern and aerodynamic among the bunch, which might give it a slight edge around the tricky corners of the Nürburgring GP circuit. The others are fascinating classics, but let's be honest, they're more suited to a vintage parade than a lightning-fast racetrack. The Porsche 906 has a better chance of keeping up with the newer competition, even if it's still vintage by today's standards. Alright, so both drivers are kind of mystery racers in a classic Lola T290 at Nürburgring GP with no info about their experience. It's like flipping a coin. But if I had to pick, I'd say Tug on It TTV might have a slight edge just because the name sounds like they might be a little more daring. Or maybe Jerk Plays is the wild card. Honestly, this is a total shot in the dark. Let's just sit back and see how it unfolds. Already won. The vintage ultralights are blazing at the Nürburgring GP on pole. We've got bot Chateau de Roca 39. Piloting a classic 1973 Arc M F16. Let's see if that old timer can hold onto its lead. Chateau de Roca 39 has taken an early lead, with Basket and D close behind in second. Ice is currently holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Mr. Wolf J is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 19th place. 40 Afro is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 21st. Trash Crashton is making a small but steady progress, moving up 1 position to 4th place. Trash Crashton is now in 3rd place. The Empress has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Crazy Sweet Butt and The Empress are battling it out for 10th place. Jerk Place is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. D-Factor and Jerk Place are still neck and neck for that spot. Crazy Sweet Butt has climbed to 10th, but the race is far from over. Funky Frankie advances to 11th place. Wayne Bretsky climbs to 20. Cirque Gamingate moves to 23. Cirque Gamingate and Bermuda are neck and neck for 22. Frank Werty is driving a 1973 Arc MF16 and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're just hanging around the middle of the pack. No overtakes or drama so far. Crazy Sweetbutt and Alex Has No Brain are nose to nose for 9th place. Trifinanity 3 and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 15. The F Empress is climbing up to 11th place. Lux Ravenous is narrowing the gap to Big Goldnerd, now just 1.9 seconds behind. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 14th place. Trifinanity 3 is climbing fast, now in 13th place. Blanky Frankie is dropping down the order, now 26. Jerk Plays is making a move, now in 5th place. Tugane DTV is climbing fast into 4th place. Big Goldnerd is making a move into the top 15. Wayne Bretsky is inching closer to the top 20. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 7th place. Prodigy Place 58 is making a move to 22nd. Wayne Nebretsky is climbing to 16th place. Zerk Gamingate is advancing to 22nd. Prodigy Place 58 and Zerk Gamingate are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Togonet DTV is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Alex Has No Brain and D-Factor are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 11th, leaving some behind. Big Goldnerd is driving a 1968 Porsche 912R in Group 2 Kawa. They're currently in 14th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but not completely out of it either. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wayne Gretzky is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap by over a second. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to 21st. Forty Afro is inching closer to Circa Mingate, cutting the distance by a second. Alexas Nobrain is climbing up to 8th place. D-Factor is right behind him, both battling for that spot. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a move to 10th. Basket Envy is closing in on Show Tododorica 39 fast, just over 10 seconds behind now. Alex Has No Brain is gaining on Shattered Pixel, shaving off a second and a third. Mr. Wolf J and Spike Bulls are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place, neck and neck. Trash Crashton is making a move up to 2nd place. Jared Plays is climbing to 5th. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing in on D-Factor, cutting the gap by over a second. The Nürburgring GP is demanding and unforgiving, favoring those with precision and consistency. The vintage ultralights are holding strong, but the longer laps are definitely testing their endurance. Tugonit GTV has climbed to 3rd place. Ice is now in 6th. Wayne Gretzky is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Trash Crashton is gaining on Chateau de Dorica 39 and closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Lux Ravenous is inching closer to Trifa 983, narrowing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Wow. Show 2, Todoralta 39. You really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Wow! Shota Todorka 39 really pulled through. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally crushed it. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep the winning streak going next time. Actually, the 1967 McLaren M5A was more famous for its racing pedigree than for being a household name among cars. It was a Formula One car that competed in the 1960s and was known for its innovative design for that era. Fun fact: it was powered by a BRM V8 engine, which was pretty small but mighty, and helped McLaren make a splash in the racing world before they became the giants of modern F1. So, technically, this little beast was a trailblazer in the racing scene, even if it doesn't get the same love as some other classics today. Oh wow, we've got some classic machines here, and they both come from a pretty iconic era. The Cooper TE1B is known for its nimbleness and lightweight design, making it a real favorite around tracks like Barber. On the other hand, the Matra MAS7 is also a strong contender with its balanced handling and some serious engineering behind it. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Zachariah TV with the Cooper. Its reputation for quick turns and agility could give it just the edge over the Matra, especially on a winding course like Barber. But don't count out Mighty Chunk. The Matra's got some tricks up its sleeve and might surprise us with a surprising burst of speed. It's going to be close, and that's what makes this race so fun to watch. Grab your popcorn because I have a feeling this one's going to be a photo finish. Alright everyone, looks like the Bot Deluxe combo is leading the pack in that shiny 1967 McLaren. Ave starting strong at Barber Motorsports Park. Let's see if they can keep this momentum. Deluxe Combo has shot off the line and taken the lead. Trihat is holding strong in second place. Equinox Tuvo is right behind in third, looking to make a move. Lin Lilac and X Ragnaroks are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th place. Vinhas 17 and Belfinity Beast are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Lord Zekrespi and Setulukachu are also battling it out for the 13th spot. Lord Zekrespi is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 10. Timborghini Tube is gaining ground, moving 3 places forward to 12. Skull Ops is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to settle in 13. Zachariah TV is on a tear, overtaking 22 cars to grab the lead. Deluxe Combo and Zachariah TV are nose to tail for the top spot. Lisa Shibi and X Ragnaroks are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Lin Lilac is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after 3 quick overtakes. Belthan at the Beast is right behind, also making moves to reach 5th. Vinhas 17 is catching up fast, now in 6th after their own trio of overtakes. Kuhukachu and Lord Sekrespi are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Simplimakers is inching up to 15. That's Altizarena is also climbing to 16. Vinhas 17 is climbing to 5th place. Lord Zekritsby and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Lamborghini Tuba is advancing to ninth. That's Alti Zarana is driving a Cooper T81B and is currently in 18th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack with no overtake so far. Vinha 17 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Lin Lilak and Vinha 17 are nose to nose for that spot. Lamborghini Tuba and Cloud Sifa 69 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Exoaces is on a tier, climbing 16 spots to take the lead. Deluxe Combo and Exoaces are nose to tail for the top spot. Lamborghini Tuba and Lord Secrespi are locked in a close fight for 8th place. That's Alti Serena is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Lisa Shibi is closing in on the XOSS fast, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. Deluxe Combo just moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Lamborghini Tuba just sneaked into 8th place. Skozarovs is now in 10th, inching closer. Lisa Shibi is closing in on the XOSS, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Vinha 17 is dropping like a stone to 12th place. Lin Lilak is climbing up to 4th, just ahead of Belthanithi Beast, who is also inching closer to that spot. Looks like a battle for 4th is heating up. Wow, Deluxe Combo just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Deluxe Combo really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race, you must be thrilled. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see what you do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the Porsche 91710. It's got that legendary racing DNA and was built for endurance and speed in high-stakes environments. Sure, some of these classic cars are charming, but the Porsche is like the marathon runner of the bunch, built to handle long, challenging circuits like Spa with finesse. The others might argue, but let's be honest, the Porsche usually knows how to make a statement when it hits the track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. Make your choice before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Hurry up and get those selections in. Oh, this is a tough call. Both of these cars are absolute legends from the era, but the Chevy-powered March 77 is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, the McLaren M8C has a reputation for precision and stability, especially around a track like Spa, with its tricky turns and long straights. If iconic Odd can unleash that brute strength and keep it under control, he might have the edge in a straight fight. But Elan 656's Mate C might outsmart the other with better cornering and finesse. Honestly, it could come down to who has the better strategy and how well they handled the high-speed sections. My gut says the McLaren might take it, but I'd watch out for a surprise from that big Chevrolet, especially if it gets a good launch. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Spa, and leading the pack is the bot Frogsworth in a classic 1970. Looks like the vintage beast is trying to hold on to that front spot right from the start. Unclearly Gaming zooms into the lead right from the start. Frogsworth is hot on his tail, trying to find a way around. Meg's Boring Life is holding steady in third, but don't blink or you might miss a move. Mutwolf is climbing up to third place. GT 33 is now in 8th. Neotexum has moved into 12th. JT Swishman 33 is climbing up to 7th place. That battle between JT Swishman 33 and Ekvathi for 6th is getting intense. Gabitha Minimak is making a solid move, now in 11th. Stephen Brinkley is climbing to 4th place. Gabitha Minimak and Crystal 33 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Zipmanslida Gaming is advancing to 13th. Gabitha Minimak just moved up one spot to 10th place. Crystal 33 is right behind, both fighting for that 10th spot. Things are getting close. Then has 17 is racing in 1966. Ford G, T40, Memki I, ... They are currently in 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still in the game. Iconic Odd and Elan 656 are neck and neck for 8th place. Gabitha Minimak and Iconic Odd are fighting hard for 9th. Slipslida Gaming and Kingret are locked in a close scrap for 12th. Ekvathi and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Gabitha Minimak is climbing up to 9th. Kingrot is also making moves, now in 11th. Neotexum climbs to 14. Zirk Gaming Gate advances to 27. Ovidos and Zirk Gaming Gate are locked in a close fight for 27. Frogsworth is chipping away at Unclear Gaming's lead, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Ekvathi and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Gabitha Minimak is on the move, climbing up to 8th spot. Akvaithi just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Yechisman 33 and Negs Boring Life are nose-to-nose for 6th. Evolution on 54 and Big Old Nerd are still locked in a close fight around the 20th spot. Yai Yechiswin 33 advances to 6th place. Gabitha Minimat climbs to 7. Iconic Odd moves up to 9. Akvaithi is driving a Chevrolet March 77 from 1970. They are currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Akvaithi and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 4th place. Iconic Odd and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 8. Slip and Sleeta Gaming and Crystal 33 are battling it out for 12. Crystal 33 and King Rat are neck and neck for 11th place. Radidero Activa Vixen is climbing up to 24. Ovidus and James Misk are fighting it out for 27. Frogsworth is really pushing to catch Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap by 1 second. They're neck and neck for the lead. Crystal 33 and Kingrat are also battling hard for 11th place, not giving an inch. Akvaithi and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 4th place. Gabitha Minimac just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. JT Swissman 33 and Gabitha Minimac are locked in a close fight for 6th. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Muttwolf, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Akvaithi, closing by 1.1 seconds. Slittensley Daming is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Akvaithi is driving the March 707 Chevrolet, starting 5th and currently in 5th place. Looks like a steady race, not making any big moves, but staying consistent. Frogsworth and Unclearly Gaming are nose to nose at the front. The Goldnerd is cutting down the distance to JC Productions, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Akvaithi and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 4th place. Iconic, Odd and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a fierce fight for 8. Gingrut and Alan 656 are battling it out for 10. Wow, Unclearly Gaming really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Unclearly Gaming really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations on that victory. Looks like all those hours practicing in the digital garage finally paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep the streak going in the next race. Alright everyone, better act fast or your favorite AI racer might get left in the dust. The clock's ticking, and you don't want to miss out on the big decision. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic showdown between two iconic Ford beasts, both with Zaxbyed tuning, so it's definitely going to be interesting. The 1973 Ford Escort Mark I Zaxbyed is known for its lightweight agility and nimbleness, perfect for tricky corners. On the other hand, the 1980 Ford Capri Zaxbyed typically packs a bit more power and a longer wheelbase, giving it an edge on straights. If the race relies heavily on sharp cornering and quick maneuvers, Wrestling 567's Escort might have the advantage. But if straight line speed and stability matter more, then Sema's Capri could take it. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Capri for a slight lead, but don't count out the Escort's agility. This is going to be close. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Magny-Cours, and leading the pack is the Group 5 Botsithulhukachu in a classic 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxbyed. Looks like it's got the pole position. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to it. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading the race, followed closely by Cthulhukachu in second place. Wrestling 567 is in third position, hanging on tight. Sema is now in third place. Wrestling 567 and Sema are still neck and neck for that spot. Rome Spider has climbed to fifth place. Rome Spider and Wrestling 567 are fighting hard for fourth. The Critica Leg is climbing up to 8th place. Global Sixel is right behind, both fighting for that spot. Sofik is gaining ground, now in 11th. Alex Hasnobrain is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Group 5 cars are clearly dominating with aggressive speeds and overtakes, while the vintage Trans Am cars are holding their ground, but seem a bit slower. Magny Cours favors the high power and agility of Group 5 cars. Gobaz Il is driving a vintage Dodge Challenger in the Trans Am Group, and is currently in 8th place. The race looks steady for now. No major moves from them yet. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the classic muscle cars and the smaller, nimble escorts. The leaders are holding steady, but expect some overtakes in the twisty sections. Ihave Exema is driving a Ford Capri Zaxbyt from 1980, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Global is in 8th place, driving a vintage Dodge Challenger. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the classic cars, keeping the top spots closely packed. No clear advantage yet, but expect some daring overtakes on the straights. Ihave Exema and Cthulhu Kachu are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Orange Funk is chipping away at Alex Hasselbrain, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Kachu is leading the race in a classic 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxbyt. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining a solid lead. The Group 5 cars are dominating with aggressive speed and handling, clearly pulling ahead. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding their own but seem to lack the raw power to challenge the leaders. Magny Cours favors the high-performance Group 5s, giving them a clear edge. Dishonored Fox is stuck with a Dodge Dart from 1968, and it looks like they're not even on the track right now. Sierra Radia is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, currently in 9th place. Their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders, and it looks like they might be falling behind. Your Instinct just moved up 1 spot to 5. Tugonet TTV is closing in on Rome Spider, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Cloudsurfer 69 is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Tugonet DTV is driving a Ferrari 512 BBLM, a classic racing icon. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow! Cloudsurfer 69 took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. What an impressive performance by Cloud Surfer 69. Winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like the triple crown of AI racing. Definitely a moment to celebrate. Congratulations to them for really showing off their skills today. Sure thing. Did you know that the 2011 Lola B1180 HPD was built specifically for high-performance endurance racing? And it's powered by an HPD turbocharged V8 engine? It's like a race car that's all about pushing limits and going for long, exciting battles on the track. Basically, it's a mechanical beast designed for marathon racing with a pretty fancy badge on the side. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before they're assigned randomly, and you end up with something you didn't want. Hurry up and make your choice. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The 1999 Audi R8R is a classic, but it's more of a racing legend from Le Mans than an all-around speedster. The Toyota GT1T S020 is notorious for its speed and agility, especially on a track like Indianapolis Moto Reverse. My money's on Zookstercat steering that Toyota to a likely victory. Though, Sertgemingiat might surprise us with some clever driving. Still, I think the Toyota's got the edge here. Fast and furious, just how we like it. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Indianapolis Moto Reverse track. Leading the pack is Botquiz 44 in a classic 1999 Audi R8C, starting from pole position. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the competition. Quiz 44 has shot off the line into the lead, holding a slight edge over Le Roussel, who's right on their tail. Sertgeminge is hanging in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Sertgeminge and Le Roussel are nose to nose for second place. Tales of Strili just gained one spot and is now in fourth. Zookstercat and Tales of Strili are also fighting hard for fourth. Hot Bolognese is now in 5th place. Aisley has moved up to 6th place. Zookstercat and Aisley are nose to tail for 6th. Zookstercat is climbing up to 6th place. Hikari Hamzan and Keisteflex are nose to nose for 12th. Max Pirelli is inching into the top 20 with a move to 16. Hot Bolognese is just ahead of Tales of Strili for 4th place. Show is holding off Esley for 7. Willow Shrub and Mahokaos are locked in a close fight for 18. Daisy Shines just nudged into 8th place. Daisy Shines and 8th Slay are nose to nose for 7. Romeo Fitzterteen is climbing up to 14. Ashen Everton's car is a 2004 Gillet Vertigo. They're currently in 14th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the race. Tales of Stritty just snatched the lead from 3 cars in a flash. Aisley is climbing fast, now in 4th after overtaking 3. Daisy Shines is also on the move, grabbing 5th after passing 3 cars. Things are heating up at the front. Daisy Shines and Edsley are neck and neck for 4th place. Naho Chaos and Ixnobodixel are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Suksterkat is climbing up to 17th position. Naho Chaos is climbing up to 13th place. Our Windstorm is also making progress, now in 14th place. Suksterkat is gaining on Willow Shrub, closing the gap by 2/4 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Suksterkat is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They're locked in a tight fight for the 16th spot. Hot Bolognese is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI IFAP. They're currently in 2nd place and have the 2nd fastest lap time, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Hikori Hanzan is really having a rough time dropping to the 17th place. Hot Bolognese is climbing steadily to 2nd. Daisy Shines is also making progress up to 4th. Suksterkat is climbing up to 13th place. Owen Storm and Suksterkat are nose to tail for that same spot. Mahokaos just nudged into the top 11. Max Beerley and Mahokaos are nose to nose for that spot. Owen Storm is climbing up to 13, and he's right behind Max Beerley and Al Windstorm are battling for 12. Wow, Tales of Strilly just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Tales of Strilly really showed everyone up today. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling pretty good about that victory. Can't wait to see if you can keep the streak going in the next race. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Nemuno track is that it's known as the Lithuanian Nürburgring because of its challenging curves and fast sections. It's a favorite among drivers who love testing their skills and pushing cars to the limit. Plus, it's nestled in beautiful countryside, making every race here feel like a scenic adventure with a bit of a wild side. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before these beauties hit the track without you. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite. Wow, this is a classic showdown. The Lowell T70 Mark I from 1965 might have the vintage charm, but the McLaren M6 GT from 1970 could bring a bit more modern engineering to the track. It's like comparing a fine wine to a craft beer. I'd say the McLaren might have a slight edge in handling and speed, but don't count out the Lowell's raw racing spirit. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Nemuno Zidas, and leading the pack is the prototype 1960 Bot Stilthul Hookshow, in a classic 1968 Alfa Romeo T33 2 Longtail. It's starting on pole and ready to show these newer models how it's done. Kulukachu has shot to the front, leading the race. Oixlofi is holding strong in second, while Sepro 3 is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, but those three are already pulling ahead. Wrestling 567 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Sepro 3 is creeping up 1 spot to second. Nyanato Tep 98 is also advancing 2 spots to third. Lady Towner is inching closer to Ogi Swolfi, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Blaming Buddha has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th. Nektaromavad is catching up to Blaming Buddha, narrowing the distance by just over 1 second. Looks like a tight fight for 6th place shaping up. Wrestling 567 is on a roll, overtaking 13 cars to claim the lead. Kulukacho and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for first place. Willow Shrub is climbing one spot to 16. Willow Shrub and Lyra Shea are locked in a close fight for 15. Ideally is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Kulukachu is holding strong at the front, now in first place. Pro 3 is also making progress, advancing 1 spot to second. Flaming Buddha and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 5th place. Honey 3 and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lyra Shea and Willow Shrub are battling it out for 15. SS Davin Games is climbing up to 17th place. Crystal 33D just moved up to 21st. 5 and Sarogai and Crystal 33 are nose-to-nose fighting for the 20th spot. Idealive is closing in on Beyond Two Dark Souls, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. S7 Games is making a move on Lyra Shea, closing in by just over a second. Terrific Kitten and Slow Place DV are locked in a tight battle for the 18th spot. Terrific Kitten is climbing up to 18th place. Swell-placed V and Terrific Kitten are nose-to-nose for that spot. 5 Snow Guy is inching up to 21. Honey 3 and Yama Priest are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Terrific Kitten and SS Davin Games are locked in a fierce duel for 17. Wrestling 567 is creeping up on Josh Biosh, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Lyra Shea is gaining fast on Willow Shrub, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Josh Biosh and Fivinzero Guy are nose-to-nose for 21st. Wrestling 567 is inching closer to Josh Biosh, chipping away at the gap by just over a second. Neaxaromaval and Blaming Buddha are nose-to-tail for 6th place. S. Davin Games just gained 1 spot and is now in 16. Terrific Kitten and Lyra Shea are locked in a close fight for 17. Nexaromaval just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Flaming Buddha and Nexaromaval are nose-to-tail for that position. Willow Shrub is chipping away at Idealive's lead, now only 1.3 seconds behind. Flaming Buddha just sneaked into 6th place. Yama Priest is now in 8th, inching closer. Willow Shrub is closing the gap on Idealive, but still a bit of a stretch. Wow! Kulukachu took the top spot again. Guess they're just too fast for everyone else to handle. Well done! Wow, Cthulhu, you just took the crown. Waited to dominate that race. It looks like your AI car is unbeatable today. Congratulations on coming out on top, you definitely earned it. Wouldn't want to face that machine in a real race now, would we? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because the Österreichring Vintage, no chicane has those sweeping curves that require precise control. Speed is important, but if your car can't stick to the curves without drama, it's all for nothing. Acceleration and braking are also key, since you want to smoothly power out of corners and brake efficiently for the long straights. Overall, a well-balanced car that can handle high speeds through those sweeping turns will give you the best shot at winning here. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the countdown runs out. Don't let your dream car sit on the sidelines while others take the spotlight. Hurry up and make those selections before it's too late. Oh, this is like choosing between a sprinting cheetah and a charging bull. The TVR Sibera is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, but the Lamborghini Diablo Jota is a sleek, aggressive beast with possibly better grip and aerodynamics. If Gravy Graves can tame the power and navigate those vintage turns smoothly, they might have a shot. But the Diablo Jota's speed and agility could give it the edge, especially on a vintage track like Österreichring, without chicanes. My gut says the Lamborghini might take this one, but it'll be close. I'll be watching closely to see which of these beasts dominates the vintage asphalt. Hey, Turbo Benzina. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the virtual pit stop. Hope you're ready to see some epic car battles today. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at the Österreichring Vintage No Chicane track. Leading the pack is Bot Squat Bender in a slick 1993 Venturi 600 LM, starting on pole Dorche. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the competition. Lotusos has taken an early lead, sitting comfortably at the front. Squat Bender is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. Down to Quest is in third, not far off the pace. Lux Ravenous is making a bold move, and is now in sixth place. Squat Bender's holding onto the lead, climbing one spot to first. Down to Quest is also climbing, moving up one spot to second. Lotusos just sneaked into second place. Down to Quest and Lotusos are nose to tail for that spot. Ai Rafael and Down to Quest are also locked in a close fight for third. Down to Quest is now in first place. Cobber has climbed to 7. Globus Exo has moved up to 90. Cobber advances to 6th place. Cobber and Mikkelbrocast are nose to nose for 5th. Budetsura climbs to 7. Lotusos just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Squatbender and Lotusos are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 2nd is heating up. Cobber and Mikkelbrocast are locked in a close fight for 5th. Squatbender is making a move up to 2nd place. Cobber is also climbing, now in 5th. Looks Ravenous is closing in on Badazara, cutting the gap by over a second. Rafael and Lotusos are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cobber is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Looks like a 3-way scrap for that spot. Rafael is holding on to 3rd place, but Lotusos is right behind him, looking for an opening. Cobber and Rafael are still neck and neck for 4th, with Cobber trying to find a way past. Wendy, Tapsumbonks and Mootwolf are battling hard for the 19th spot, trading positions every lap. Rafael is climbing up to 3rd place. Cobber and Lotusos are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Lux Ravenous is also gaining ground, moving up to 7. Lux Ravenous is dropping back to 13th place. Bodetsara is climbing to 7. Maricus is also moving up to 8th. Crystal 33 is making a move, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Global Exo is also on the rise, now in 14th after a similar surge. Renault T4 is not falling behind, grabbing 15th with a quick pass. Cobber has just moved up to 2nd place. Rafael is now in 3rd. Crystal 33 is climbing to 12th. Crystal 33 and Grampy Jerf are nose to nose for 11. Iconic Odd and Maricus are nose to tail for 8th place. Crystal 33 just snuck into 11th. Renuk T4 is chipping away at Global Cell's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Renok T4 and Global Cell are locked in a fierce duel for 14th. Exception is closing in on Iconic Odd, the gap shrinking nicely. Wendy Samsambonks just moved up 1 spot to 15th. Gravy Graves is gaining on Wayne Bretsky, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Wow. Down Talkwest really took the checkered flag at Osterreichring Vintage. No chicane. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! What an incredible victory for Down to Quest. Congratulations! You must be thrilled to take the top spot in this thrilling race. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak. Sure thing. Did you know that LMP1 cars, which are the top-tier prototype race cars, are so advanced they often look like they belong in a sci-fi movie? They feature hybrid systems that recover energy during braking, and then deploy it for a burst of speed. Basically, they're like the superhero of racing cars. Fast, futuristic, and a little bit cheeky in how they cheat gravity. Alright, we're looking at two Rebellion R1s, so it's basically a showdown of slightly older versus slightly newer. Emerald Tick 3988 has the 2014 model, which is a classic, but might be a tad less refined than the 2015 version Tyler has. The extra year can mean improvements in aerodynamics, handling, and maybe a bit more power. That said, the race on Lasarte Retro isn't just about the car year. Skill and strategy matter too, so anything can happen. If I had to put my chips on someone, I'd lean towards Tyler just because the newer model might have the edge in performance. But don't count out Emerald Tick 3988. Sometimes the older car has charm, and that can translate into unexpected agility. Who do you guys think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Lasarte Retro and leading the pack is Bot Bill Thiolguy in a 2018 B, R Engineering B, R1. Sitting on pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the others will surprise us. Mr. Roche has taken an early lead, with Bill Thiolguy right behind in second place. Nadisbury is currently in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, so expect some early moves. Nadisbury just gained one spot, and is now in second place. Nadisbury and Mr. Roche are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Bill Ty and Nadisbury are locked in a close duel for second. Connor Malady is now in 10th place, closing in on the top 9. Runner Mimpage has moved up to 13th, still chasing the pack. Calican Bunny is in 18th, probably dreaming of a top 10. Nadisbury and Mr. Roche are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Bill Thiolguy is closing in on Nadisbury, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Someone just sneaked up one spot to claim 5th place. Nadisbury is now in first place. Bill the Old Guy has moved up to second. Mr. Roche is closing in on Bill the Old Guy, and they are battling for second place. Chris Gopher is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bill the Old Guy is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place. Someone is closing in on Mr. Roche, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Chris Gopher climbs to 6th place. Emerald Tig 3988 and Chris Gopher are battling for 6th. Wayne Trinity 4 advances to 17. Mr. Roche and someone are nose to nose for 3rd place. Chris Gopher is chipping away at Aperdope's lead, closing the gap by a second. Chris Gopher and Aperdope are now locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Chris Gopher and Aperdope are nose to nose for 5th place. Turbo Benzina just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Tyler and Turbo Benzina are fighting hard for 8th position. Nadisbury is chipping away at Bill the Old Guy, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Tyler and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 8th place. Meanwhile, DCKK Bit 0 Gertz and Tyler are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Aperdope is climbing to 4th place. Rana Rampage is inching up to 10th. DCKK Bait 0 Gertz and Rana Rampage are nose to nose for 10th. Chris Gopher is closing in on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Turbo Benzina has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Lazy Towner and DCKB 0 Gears are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Nadisbury just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Mr. Roche is gaining on Bill the Old Guy, closing the gap by a little over a second. Aperdope and Mr. Roche are neck and neck for 3rd place. Bill the Old Guy is now in 1st place. Aperdope has moved up to 3rd. Mr. Roche and Aperdope are battling closely for 3rd place. Emerald Tick 3988 and Tyler are nose to nose for 8th place. Lazy Towner and DCCKB 0 Gertz are locked in a close fight for 11. Connor Malady just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Mr. Roche is holding on to 4th place, but Chris Gopher is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Someone just overtook another to climb into the top 4. Mr. Roche and the other driver are still battling hard for that 4th spot. Mr. Roche is now in 4th place. Emerald Tick 3988 has climbed to 8th. Adenut 44 is in 12th. The race is heating up. Mr. Roche is making a move and is now in 4th place. Someone is also closing in on that spot. Tyler and Emerald Tick 3988 are battling hard for 8th place, nose to tail. Mr. Roche is making a move up to 4th place. Adenut 44 is also climbing, now in 11th. Lazy Towner and Aiden at 44 are nose to nose for 11th place. Princess Wildface is making a move, now in the 17th place. Orange Funk is right behind, also climbing up to 18th. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining ground too, now in 19th. Looks like a little race within the race. Wow, Filthy Old Guy pulled off the win again. Guess ID really is just a number, huh? Well done. Wow, Filthy Old Guy really pulled it off. Congrats to you, old timer, you just showed us all how it's done. Looks like experience beats youth this time. Well deserved victory. Sure. A fun fact about the Ottawa Drift Circuit is that it's actually built on a former industrial site, so the track has a bit of a gritty urban vibe. It's like giving the old factory a second chance to thrill drivers and spectators alike. Definitely adds a little extra character to those high-speed slides. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking down and soon we'll be diving into these AI races. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Ford Fiesta XR2 from 1984 sounds like a real little pocket rocket. Super nimble and probably pretty quick in tight corners. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo Spider QV from 1986 might have a bit more style and maybe some extra power under the hood. But let's be honest, in a race on Ottawa Drift Circuit, the car's age and design matter less than the eye skill at handling those curves. Still, I'm putting my chips on the Alfa just because it's got that Italian flair that might give it a sneaky edge. But hey, anything can happen when AI gets involved. Let's see who takes the win. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at the Ottawa Drift Circuit with the 1980s slow car class. Leading the pack from pole is Bot Juno Gottfrieds in a 1984 Ford Fiesta XR2. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Jonas Gottfrieds is already pulling ahead at the front. Rodrigo Daming is holding strong in second, while Thibaut Benzina is right behind in third. Looks like a close battle shaping up early on. The slow cars class is making the race a tight pack with no clear speed advantage. The Ottawa Drift Circuit's tight turns are likely favoring skill over speed, keeping the top positions close. Agrides 34 just overtook Turbo Benzina and is now in third place. They are nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. The slow cars class is keeping the field tight with no clear speed advantage. The track's probably favoring handling over raw power, so it's all about who can navigate best rather than who's fastest on paper. Just Banchaques has just overtaken Samon Samon for 7th place. They are now nose to tail, fighting for that spot. Blackbeard is racing a 1980 Honda Prelude, which is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Looks like they're currently in 8th place, so they're not exactly storming ahead but staying in the mix. Agrids 34 is driving a 1985 Toyota Celica Superdeck Top. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race, so they're definitely pushing hard. Blackbeard is driving a 1980 Honda Prelude, which is quite behind the pack now. Looks like their race is more about survival than competing for the top. Rosa Goldaming is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo Spider QV. They're currently in 2nd place and holding a steady pace, just behind the leader. Looks like they're keeping it cool and smooth. Rosie Godgaming just overtook Yunus Gotta Leeds to take the lead. They're now nose to nose in a fierce fight for 1st place. Yunus Gottliebs is cruising in a 1984 Ford Fiesta XR2, holding the lead since the start with the fastest lap of 1 minute and 56 seconds. Looks like they're enjoying a smooth run so far. Yunus Gottliebs is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. The track seems to favor the front runners with consistent lap times, but the tight corners might be causing some overtaking opportunities for those with better handling. Aisley is driving a 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo, known for its quick acceleration and nimbleness. Looks like Aisley is holding steady in 7th, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Agrids 34 is driving a 1985 Toyota Celica Super Duck. They're currently in 3rd place, closing in on the 2nd place driver. Looks like a solid push, but they're a bit behind the leader. Yunus Gottliebs is cruising in a classic 1984 Ford Fiesta XR2 and is holding a solid lead. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Race seems pretty straightforward for now. Well, look at that. Yunus Gottliebs took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice win! Wow! Yunus Gottliebs really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations on taking the lead and crossing that finish line first. That was some seriously impressive driving, even if it was all just AI magic. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Well, here's a fun fact about the Seattle Circuit reverse track. It's like looking at the city from the other side of the mirror. Suddenly all the turns are flipped, and your favorite corners are all different. It's basically a mind bender for the AI drivers and keeps everyone on their toes. Who knew that reversing a track could turn a smooth ride into a wild race, where chaos reigns? Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to make a decision. Don't miss out on the fun of watching your favorite AI-driven vehicle compete. Hurry up and select before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup, isn't it? Cobracle in the 1987 Honda Civic Si versus Big Old Nerd in the 1978 Lada 2106 T. The Civic Si is known for being nimble and sporty, especially for its time, but that Lada has that rugged charm and maybe some surprising endurance. Considering the Seattle circuit reverses tricky turns and tight corners, I'd lean toward Cobracle's Civic because it's probably a bit more agile. But then again, the Lada's durability could keep it in the game longer than expected. My money's on Cobracle, but don't count out Big Old Nerd just yet. This race could go either way, and it'll be fun to see which classic car comes out on top. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Seattle circuit reverse with the 1980 streetcar class. Leading the pack is Bot Rome Spider in a classic 1983 Fiat Uno Dotumi. Let's see if that tiny little thing can hold the lead or if it's just a flash in the pan. The Lightning Thief is leading the race, followed closely by Rome Spider in second place. Wenty Place is currently in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Wenty is climbing to second place. Justin Milks is also moving up to third. Sofik is pushing into fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Mootwolf is climbing to 5th place. Cobracle is closing in on Kickass Lady X3, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bacon is moving up to 11. Bacon and Big Old Nerd are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Zert Gaming Gate is driving a 1986 Nissan Skyline R 31 GTS. They are currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Sofik is gaining on Justin Dilks, closing the gap by just over a second. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Cobracle is inching closer to Rome Spider, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. Cobracle and Rome Spider are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. Sofik is now in 3rd place. Cobrakul has climbed to 8th. Gate is in 10th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Gate is closing in on Rome Spider, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bufinin 18 is climbing up to 12th place. Pace. ERR is moving into 15th place. Wolf is right behind Justin Ilks now, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gate has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Baycorn has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Kikas Lady X3 and Muttwolf are nose to nose for 5th place. Gate is creeping up on Cobrakul, chipping away at the gap. Bufinin 18 is gaining on Rome Spider fast, closing in by 3 seconds. Kikas Lady X3 is climbing to 5th place. Cheryl Mitzi Roses is gaining on Muttwolf, closing the gap by 1/3 second. Bufinin 18 is catching up to Rome Spider, closing the gap by 1 second. Sofik is climbing up to 2nd place. Kikas Lady X3 and Justin Gilks are still locked in a close fight for 4th. 8 is making a move to 8. Sofik just overtook Lightning Thief for the lead. They are now nose to nose at the front. Kikas Lady X3 has gained 1 position and is now in 4th place. Lightning Thief just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Sofik and Lightning Thief are still nose to tail for the top spot. U20 plays is closing in fast on Sofik, shrinking the gap by over a second. Muttwolf and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 5th place. Gate just gained a spot to 7th. Bufinin is closing in on Baycorn and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Goldnerd is catching Mission Man and closing the gap by 1 second. Goldnerd and Mission Man are battling for 15th place. Rome Spider is gaining on Goldnerd, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Sofik and Lightning Thief are nose to tail at the front. U20 plays and Sofik are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Goldnerd is climbing up to 15th place, making a move. Gate is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move. U20 plays is driving a classic Porsche 911 SC, known for its balance and agility. They're currently in 3rd place, showing solid pace with their fastest lap, just over 2 minutes 34 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own among the retro legends. Cool Moses is gaining on Gate, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Rome Spider is inching closer to Mission Man, not giving up the chase. Kikas Lady X3 is gaining on U20 plays, closing the distance by over a second. Ropswizzle is rapidly approaching pace CARR, making up almost 4 seconds. Mission Man is inching closer to Goldnerd, just a second behind. Goofy in 18 is climbing up to 10th place. Ropswiesel is now in 12th. Looks like they're both making some moves. Goofy in 18 is chipping away at Kapabrikal's lead, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Pace CR has climbed one spot to 12 Istatov. Nishanmen is also on the move, now in 15th place. Congratulations to the Lightning Thief for winning the race at Seattle Circuit Reverse. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! What a fantastic win for the Lightning Thief. Congrats on taking the top spot. Looks like their car really had some speed today. Everyone else better step up next round. Here's a fun fact about the 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan. It was designed to be a track-ready beast, straight from the factory, with a more aggressive appearance and upgraded performance parts. It's like Nissan took the standard 370Z and added a little extra attitude and a whole lot of speed. So, when you see it zoom past, just remember, it's not just about the looks, it's about dominating on the road or the track with style. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before the time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow! This is quite the matchup. On one hand, we've got Frag Out in a classic 1998 Chevrolet Camaro SS. It's got that raw muscle car vibe, so it might have some surprising moments of strength, but it's also a bit older, so maybe not as nimble. On the other hand, GT Swishman 33 is behind a 2017 Lexus RC350, which is more modern, likely more agile, and equipped with better handling technology. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say the Lexus might have the edge on a technical track like Bridgehampton, thanks to its cornering capabilities. But hey, sometimes a muscle car's raw power can throw a curveball in the right situation. So I'm leaning toward JT Swishman 33, but wouldn't be shocked if Frag Out throws in some surprises. It's gonna be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bridgehampton with modern street cars. Leading the pack is Bot Otterly Artorias in a classic 2001 BMW Z3M. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the front. Otterly Artorias has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Ablaze is holding strong in second, trying to keep up. Spikles is in third but expect some early battles to shake things up. JT Swent 33 is making a move, climbing 3 places to 27. LX Isha and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to nose for 5th. Swell placed V just nudged up 1 spot to 7. Swell placed EV is climbing up to 6th place. LXA Oxnare and Swell placed EV are nose to nose for 6th. Dave Factor and Sepp Brandigan are locked in a close fight for 8th. Max Spirelli is climbing up to 11th place. De Chaotic Guerdo is now 12th place. Yaki Ramen is making moves to 20th place. Edzos 21 and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Gaming to fight Cancer and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce fight for 24th. Gatesy Sven 33 is closing the distance on Flinchicott 21, cutting nearly 2 seconds off the gap. Alexioix Nichi and Swell Place TV are nose to nose for 6th place. Immobius just gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Immobius and Zabrandigan are locked in a close fight for 8th. IXLX Natil is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Spiko and Ablaze are nose to nose fighting for 2nd. Rusnapalm 6 and Kazoomer Girl are also locked in a close duel for 5th. Spikles is climbing up to 2nd place. LXHAX Natit is gaining on Ablaze, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Defector and Max Spirelli are neck and neck for 10th. The modern street cars class seems to be pretty evenly matched, but the Bridgehampton track's twists and turns are likely favoring drivers with better handling and control. No clear dominance yet, but expect some close overtakes. Bjorn Art is driving a 2006 Volvo S60R. They are currently in 21st place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. LXHIX is climbing up to 3rd place. Yamobius is also making moves up to 6th. Rusnapalm 6 and Yamobius are nose to tail for 6th position. LXEX just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Yamobius and Kaizumer Girl are nose to nose for 5th. Rusnapalm 6 and Yamobius are also fighting hard for 6th. Yamobius is climbing to 5th place. Saprandigan is now in 8th. Max Spirally has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's making progress. Yamobius is really pushing to catch Abla A's now. Crazy Sweet Butt just sneaking into the top 20. Looks like someone's got a new target. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz SLK 55 AMG and is currently in 21st place. Their fastest lap is a 1:54.762, so they're pushing pretty hard to stay competitive. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz SLK 55 AMG. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Wow, Autoyatorius, you really outpaced everyone. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for your speed. Well done. Sure. The 1996 40F G01B was part of the Italian team 40 Crosta, which was a bit of an underdog in Formula One during the mid-90s. Fun fact is that this car was actually built with a pretty limited budget, so the team had to get creative with their engineering. Despite all that, they managed to make it onto the grid, proving that sometimes passion and persistence can outshine fancy budget. Hey folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast. Don't miss your chance to get in on the action. Make your choice before the countdown hits 0. Alright. Alright. So we have Gyroscope in the footwork FS17 and Lockjaw 7 in the Sauber C15. Both cars are from the same era, but have their own quirks. I'd say it's a toss-up, but if I had to guess, I'd lean slightly toward Gyroscope since the footwork had a bit more agility in 1996. Still, watch out for Lockjaw 7 trying to surprise us with some smart moves. It's going to be an interesting race, that's for sure. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Fuji Vintage GP. And look at that, Botrug Freeboy Gaming Studios has taken pole position in the classic 1996 Footwork FS70. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios has taken an early lead, followed closely by Gabby the Minimac and Juna's got 3 leads. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle at the front. H2 Hove is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Vagrant Enchanter is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 12th. Yuna's got the leads is holding the lead, climbing 2 positions to 1st. Rusna Pomzix is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios is dropping back, now in 14th. Gabby the Minimac just nudged into 2nd place, inching closer to the front. Senor Flip Pony 2020 and Wei Fuan are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Lockjaw 7 and H2 Hova are also fighting hard for 8th. Yahiraman just gained 1 spot to 11th. Yakiraman and Vagruntent are battling for 10th. Senor Flip Flop on 100 and 2020 is climbing fast into 2nd place. The Betty White Show is also making moves up to 5th. Ihave Eczema and the Betty White Show are nose-to-nose for 5th. Ihave Eczema is now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Waifuana and Ihave Eczema are nose-to-tail for 3rd. Gabby the Minimac and Wei Fuan are battling hard for 4th. Waifuan is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 13. Ihave Eczema and Senor Flip Floponen 100 and 2020 are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Gabby the Minimac is climbing up the field, moving into 4th. Ihave Eczema and Senor Flip Floponi 100 and 2020 are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. The Betty White Show is climbing up to take 4th. Rusna Pomzix and Gabby the Minimac are locked in a close fight for 5th. Ihave Eczema and Senor Flip Flopon 100 and 2020 are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Vagrant Enchanter just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Gyroscope and Zufik are locked in a close fight for 9th. Senor Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 and Juna's got the leads are nose to tail for the lead. Rusna Palm 6 just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Rusnapam 6 and Gabit the Minimac are locked in a close fight for 5th. Taknasty is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 14. Rusnapam 6 just gained 1 spot to 5th. 1857 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. The battle for 10th is heating up between Vanonam 1857 and Kyroscope. Autumn Thunderbird is making a nice climb, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vanuni 1857 is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Vanoni 1857 and Zafik are nose to tail for 9th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Laifuana is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 8th. Vagrant Enchanter just gained 1 spot to 6th. Gabik the Minimac and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to tail for 6th. Gabik the Minimac is climbing up to 6th place. Laifuana is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a McLaren MP411 and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:28.589, which suggests they're holding a decent pace but still trying to find consistency. Congratulations to Junagotha Leeds for taking the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow. Juna's Got the Leads really took the lead and kept it all the way to the finish. Great job there. You must be feeling pretty proud of that win. That was some impressive driving, even if it's just AI in cars. Can't wait to see what happens in the next race. A fun fact about the 1995 BMW 850 CS is that it was part of BMW's first V12-powered series production car, which meant it had quite a luxurious engine for its time. It was basically the flagship of BMW's E31 series, and combined performance with a lot of comfort, making it a true grand tour. Plus, it had a sleek design that still looks pretty slick even today. Alright everyone, time's ticking. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up or miss out. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. We've got Lear Russell and a classic 1988 Audi Wave 8, a car known for its solid build and a bit of old-school charm. On the other hand, Imogen Tempest is steering a 1995 BMW M5E39, which is a legend for its sporty performance and handling. Honestly, the Audi might struggle on tight corners given its age and design, but it's a tank that could surprise us if it holds together. The BMW, with its reputation for agility and balanced chassis, might have the edge on a circuit like Sochi. So, if I had to put my chips down, I'd bet on Imogen Tempest and the M5E39 to take the win. But don't count out Lear Russell pulling off a nostalgic upset. This race could go either way, which makes it all the more fun to watch. Alright folks, the race is off at Sochi Autodrome and leading the pack is Botner Pinkwolf in a classic 1994 Venturi 260L. Looks like a blast from the past on pole. Now Pinkwolf has taken an early lead, with Silent Fox 213 right behind in second place. The Fox 84 is currently holding on to third but expect some action soon. Figureta Sport is climbing to third place. Zealand Fox 213 and Figureta Sport are nose to tail for second. The Fox 84 and Figureta Sport are also locked in a close fight for third. Diogina Miracles is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10. Rumifis 13 is also making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16. Imogen Tempest is gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 18. Dinyahima and Thefus 84 are nose to tail for 4th place. Nox Exodus just gained a spot to 7th, and is now eyeing Okinabaka. Okinabaka and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 7th. Ebony Shadow is charging through the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Senyahima is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Nox Exodus and Yaboi Rwanda are locked in a close fight for 6th position. Senyahima is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Silin Fox entering 13, and Senyahima are nose to nose for 3rd. Nox Exodus is up 1 spot into 6th. Nox Exodus is inching closer to the Fox 84, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Diogino Miracles is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Rumifis 13 is also moving up 2 spots to 10th. Rumifis 13 and Okinabaka are locked in a tight battle for 9th place. Hey, Faye. Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit tight and enjoy the ride. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 5th place. Rumifis 13 and Okinabaka are still locked in a close fight for 9. Its Bumblebee is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 13. Nox Exodus is climbing to 4th place now. Silent Fox 213 and Nox Exodus are still neck and neck for that spot. Rumi Fizz 13 is advancing to 9th place. Rumi Fizz 13 and Yabwa Rwanda are fighting hard for 8th. Zinyahima is gaining on Figure 8 Sport, closing the gap by 142 seconds. The FODS 84 is climbing up to 5th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is making a move up to 8. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing fast, now in 6th place. It's Bumblebreeze making a move up to 11. These McGee and Senor Flip Flopone 102,020 are nose to nose for 14th. Looks like a battle of patience. Imogen Tempest just overtook someone to move up to 16. Nistek and Imogen Tempest are neck and neck for that same spot. Ilizitona 1095 and Ebony Shadow are trading paint for 19th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing to 5th place. Its Bumblebee is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. Zinyahima is gaining on Figure 8 Sport, closing the gap by just over a second. Rumi Fizz 13 is catching up to Nox Exodus, reducing the distance by a little more than a second. Yogi Numericals has climbed 1 spot to take 7th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is inching closer to Nox Exodus, closing the gap by a second and a half. Its Bumblebee is catching up to Silent Fox 213, chipping away at the distance by 130 seconds. Gravy Graves and Yabwa Rwanda are locked in a fierce duel for 11th place, no room for error. Figure 8 Sport is gaining on our Pink Wolf, closing the gap to just over a second. Rumi Fizz 13 and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 4th place. Geogi Numericals is chipping away at the FODS 84, closing the distance by a little over a second. Rumi Fizz 13 just sneaked into 4th place. It's Bumblebee and Silent Fox 113 are nose to nose for 8. Gravy Graves is climbing to 11. It's Bumblebee and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 8th place. Gravy Graves is closing in on Arlo Coast, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 15. Ebony Shadow and Senor Flip Flopone 102,020 are locked in a fierce fight for 14. Its Bumblebee just overtook someone to take 8th place. Silent Fox 213 and its Bumblebee are still neck and neck for 8. Arlo Coast is closing the gap on Silent Fox 213, now only 2 seconds behind. Rumi Fizz 13 is inching closer to Zinyahima, closing the gap by a full second. Arlo Coast has just overtaken 1 car to claim 9th place. Gravy Graves is narrowing the distance to Silent Fox 213 by 1.4 seconds. Ravi Graves and Silent Fox, Co-113 are nose to tail for 10th place. Imogen Tempus and Senor Flip Flopon. 120 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Okinabaka and Mestek are battling hard for 18th. Wow, Mayor Pink Wolf, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Minor Pinkwolf really outdid everyone else with that incredible finish. Congratulations! You totally dominated the race, showing those other cars who's boss. That was some impressive driving, and you definitely earned that victory. Well done! Hey everyone! It looks like we need to do a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep the car racing action going. Grab a snack or stretch those legs, and I'll see you